Eu sou o professor Rodrigo Rego, sou pró-reitor adjunto de Inovação e Relações Interinstitucionais e também coordenador de internacionalização da Universidade Federal do Ceará. E gostaria de saudar a todos, desde ontem que nós estamos tendo uma experiência excelente aqui com delegações de universidades alemãs, de instituições alemãs. À frente de tudo isso, o DAAD, então, mais uma vez agradeço a Catarina Fourier, diretora do DAAD no Brasil. Tá? E, a partir de agora, a gente vai fazer uma transição para o inglês. Né? Então, eu só vou saudando vocês em português, mas toda a apresentação ao longo da manhã será em inglês. So, again, welcome everyone to UFC. I would like to thank everyone who is attending this session. Again, I would like to thank Catarina Fourier, the director of the DAAD in Brazil, and all the German delegations and the institutions who came here. Now we have a new one from the Humboldt Foundation who came from Bahia. So welcome to UFC, welcome to Fortaleza. So in the name of the Universidade Federal do Ceará, I would like to welcome everyone here. And we are very proud that we can have this kind of event here. So this is an important opportunity to, I can see a lot of young masters and students finishing PhD that are here looking for opportunities. And I think that in this morning we're going to have a great discussion about opportunities in Germany. So yesterday we could see, particularly talking about UFC, we had the presentation of 6 groups from excellence research at UFC, and you could see a lot of connections with German universities and how important were these connections with these institutions. So I would like to invite Reseda Streb. Reseda Streb, she is the representative of the DAAD at UFC. She works with us at Campus do PC. So the Office of International Affairs, who I am the director, is located at block 334 at the beginning of PC. So if you want to schedule later for more information, you can ask Reseda Streb. We're going to share her email. And we are, again, very proud to have this office at UFC. It's the first office outside the main office in Rio de Janeiro, so we have this office at UFC, and Reseda Streb runs this office at UFC, so please, if you need, schedule some appointment with her. So I will invite Reseda Streb. Now on, she's going to run this session, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Welcome from my side too. I now will guide you through the opening session, and I will ask kindly our director from DAAD, Catarina Fourier, to come to the stage. Thank you. I also ask to come to the stage Anja Greco-Lorenz. She's our executive director of the DWIH, which is the German Center of Innovation and Research in São Paulo. More or less this translation. Centro de Pesquisa e Inovação. And I also ask to come to the stage Marlene Pinheiro. She's our honorary consul for Ceará, Piauí e Maranhão. Please. Catarina, please.
Bom dia a todos. Eu sou a Catarina, como a Reseda já falou, eu sou a diretora do DAAD e também a diretora do DWIH em São Paulo. Eu estou muito feliz de ver essa sala tão cheia. É a primeira vez que a gente faz esse formato do Postdoc in Germany no Nordeste do Brasil, do país. Eu estou muito feliz de ver tanto interesse desse formato. Eu espero que vai ser um dia de grande sucesso. Como o Rodrigo já falou, eu vou mudar para o inglês, porque a gente tem essa delegação da Alemanha aqui, para eles também entenderem um pouco o que eu estou falando, tá bom? So it's a great pleasure to welcome you all today here to the workshop Postdoc in Germany. And as you all know, this workshop is designed for early careers researchers who are planning a research project in Germany or wish to pursue an international academic career. It offers you the opportunity to explore the diversity of the German research landscape, to receive individual guidance and to make personal connections that often mark the beginning of long-term collaboration. With this format, the DVH São Paulo pursues the goals to promote scientific mobility, to strengthen the dialogue between Germany and Brazil, and to encourage the exchange of knowledge, ideas, and innovation. I am very pleased that so many German universities, as well as funding organizations, are represented here today. They offer excellent programs, personal support, and the wide range of opportunities for research careers in Germany. This personal interaction gives you a unique chance to experience the German academic system firsthand and to establish connections that open new perspectives. I would also like to thank all of you, the participants, for your interest in the German research landscape and for your openness to explore new forms of collaboration. Joint research between Brazil and Germany holds tremendous potential, precisely because of our strengths and competence complement each other so well. Scientific excellence, applied research, and a shared commitment to linking innovation with social responsibility. This year, for the first time, Rodrigo already mentioned it, the workshop takes place in combination with the DAAD alumni seminar. This joint format creates valuable synergies. Experienced alumni share their insights and networks, while young researchers like you share their or contribute new ideas and fresh perspectives for future cooperation. So I would like to thank all the partners and institutions involved organizing this event, and I wish you all inspiring conversations and many new ideas for your research and your international career. Muito obrigada. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Catarina. Segue agora a apresentação da Anya.
Okay, so thank you very much, Anzeda. Also a very warm welcome from my side. It's really, I can only emphasize what Catarina just said. It's really a pleasure to see this room so full of people. So yes, we really welcome you all to this today's special event. Our name is in fact a little bit difficult. It's even more difficult in German than in English. So we are the German Center for Research and Innovation. In German, it's Deutsches Wissenschafts- und Innovationshaus. This is why we have this abbreviation, the DAAD, which is not really so nice, so we say just DWH. So please, when I say DWH, it's the Centre Allemand de Sciences et Innovation. Okay, and we would like to use this opportunity to explain a little bit about the center to you. And let me just really highlight that we have São Paulo in our name, but this does not mean that we work only in São Paulo. So we really have the goal to work throughout the whole country, and this is, and in fact, the representation of the DAAD in Fortaleza also demonstrates it's right that the German delegations and the German institutions have the intention to diversify their scientific relations and academic relations all over Brazil. So yes, let me just briefly show what the DWH is about. First, the DWH is member of a network of 6 DWHs in strategic partner countries of Germany. So we have 2 in the United States. There's 1 in Russia that is only operating online these days, as you might expect. We have 1 in India and 1 in Japan. So all of these locations are, of course, very important for Germany and especially for research and innovation and for universities in Germany. So the DWH, they are a joint initiative led by politics, business, and science, and they are operated under a complex governance structure which involves different levels of governance, but also different institutions and funding organizations in Germany. This is very important, we are funded by the Federal Foreign Office of Germany. So it's really backed up by the intention of Germany to strengthen the relationships between these host countries of the DWH. And we count about 100 supporters worldwide. In Brazil, we're actually the largest DWH in the world. Since 2 weeks, we have now grown to 34 supporting organizations. These are our supporters. We have full supporters. These are the supporters that have representations, physical representations or personal representations in Brazil, in São Paulo. As you can see there, in São Paulo, but also in Brasilia. We have the associated supporters, as you can see many universities that are present here. And just a brief overview of our objectives. So we try to foster visibility for Germany and Brazil, but in fact also for Brazil and Germany as a partner, as an important partner country. So as I just said, we have 34 institutions under one roof in São Paulo. We promote Germany's science and innovation landscape in Brazil. We showcase research collaborations in numerous fields, so we work in all fields of knowledge, or we support all collaborations in all fields of knowledge. As I just said, we work in both directions. We also want to promote Brazil and Germany. We also have the mission to improve the knowledge about our host countries and improve the knowledge about Germany and Brazil in this case. And as you might expect, with 34 institutions collaborating inside the DWH, we can really strengthen this, the synergies by bundling information, bundling competencies, and bundling context, of course. We also constantly deepen and gather information about research landscapes in Brazil and Germany. We do this mapping and benchmarking. We engage in networking activities. That is a third area, or the third objective that we follow. So we really work as a platform for scientific and academic dialogue and exchange. We connect researchers, innovation leaders, and institutions. We promote bridging and matchmaking activities, as we are doing here in Fortaleza, and in a couple of days also in Recife. This is a very good example of this type of activities. And of course, we provide advice. Advice means that we work as a one-stop shop for customized and targeted information for researchers, for students, for institutional representatives. They can find orientation about funding opportunities, about research groups in Germany, about institutions, about study opportunities, and so on. And we provide guidance and also on cooperation opportunities, right? If you want to engage with a German institution, so what should you do? Then you can approach us and we can deliver information to you. These are just some examples. I will not go into detail here. I would like to give the time to the other speakers here on the session, but this is so you can see what we do. We also work, as you can see there, in a startup connected competition, which is actually it's going on right now. In 2 weeks, we are receiving representatives of a German startup, and they will do a roadshow through Brazil. This is just one example. And please follow us on social media. We constantly bring information about funding opportunities, about visits, about opportunities in Germany, in research, innovation, and academia. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm handing over to Jose.
Thank you, Anja. And to finish our opening remarks, I pass the word to Marlene Pinheiro, please.
Good morning, bom dia, guten Morgen. So, I made a little mistake yesterday when I prepared my speech, a small speech for today. I prepared in Portuguese, so let me say a few words in Portuguese. I'm sorry, my dear colleagues from Germany. So later we can make this translation for Germany. I think it's better when we speak in German than in Portuguese, so I can make this translation later. So now I would like to say just small words, but these words is very important for me because as postdoc student, I was postdoc student, I know what this means. What is this new phase, this new way in their lives. So, o estudo de pós-doutoramento representa uma etapa fundamental na trajetória acadêmica e profissional de quem busca aprofundar o conhecimento e produzir a inovação com um impacto real na sociedade. Mais do que uma continuidade da pesquisa, o pós-doutorado é um espaço de maturidade intelectual, né? A gente geralmente faz o doutorado, estamos ali naquela empolgação, e aí depois a gente vê a atuação do nosso trabalho no doutorado, e a gente sente que a gente precisa de uma coisa a mais. Aquele doutorado ele precisa de algo a mais, a gente precisa concretizar aquilo ali, que nos custou muitos anos, e às vezes a gente ainda fica com um entojozinho, né? Não quer ver o trabalho, não lê o trabalho, passa 6 meses sem olhar para o trabalho, que não aguenta mais aquilo que estudou, mas depois vem aquela sensação que a gente precisa concretizar aquilo, que aquilo, às vezes, não fica só naquele estudo, né? Então, essa maturidade intelectual é o que acontece quando a gente termina o nosso doutorado, quando a gente concretiza o nosso trabalho depois de um estudo muito aprofundado, que é um estudo de doutoramento. Então, é um momento que o pesquisador consolida sua autonomia científica e amplia sua rede de cooperação internacional. Esse é o momento da gente trocar as nossas experiências, não só com a nossa comunidade local, mas também com a comunidade internacional, porque nós estamos todos interligados. É nesse estágio que conseguimos unir a teoria com a prática, a ciência com a aplicação, construindo pontes entre a universidade, o setor produtivo e, principalmente, com as políticas públicas. Para isso que a gente evolui como sociedade, é para a gente contribuir, né, com o nosso próximo, com o ambiente em que nós vivemos. Então, o pós-doutoramento nos permite refletir sobre o rumo da ciência, sobre a ética na produção do conhecimento e sobre o papel transformador da pesquisa nas vidas das pessoas. Então, realizar o pós-doutoramento com parceiros estrangeiros é uma oportunidade única de ampliar horizontes, trocar experiências e fortalecer a cooperação científica global. No caso, com os nossos colegas da Alemanha aqui, essa colaboração é especialmente valiosa. Trata-se de um país com uma tradição de excelência acadêmica, inovação tecnológica e políticas consistentes de apoio à pesquisa. Trabalhar em parceria com as instituições alemãs significa acessar centros de ponta, desenvolver projetos com impacto internacional e construir pontes duradouras entre o Brasil e a Alemanha em prol do conhecimento e desenvolvimento sustentável. Principalmente essa temática da sustentabilidade é algo que nos atinge aqui diretamente. E, por isso, eu agradeço à Universidade Federal do Ceará, ao DAD aqui com as minhas amigas Catarina, minha amiga Rezeda, a Ania aqui com o DVIRA, né, os demais colegas do DVIRA, por essa oportunidade de estarmos reunidos para dialogar sobre as possibilidades de cooperação acadêmica e científica. Momentos como este nos inspiram a ampliar nossos horizontes e a enxergar no intercâmbio de conhecimento um caminho de conhecimento pessoal e profissional. E eu tenho certeza que daqui vamos sair com ótimas e futuras parcerias que vão ser realmente um grande passo para a trajetória não só pessoal de cada um, mas também da nossa comunidade. So, just a few words. I'm really sorry that I could not to make this translation for the English, but this is what I would like to say. And thank you very much for this opportunity here. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Marlene. Thank you very much, Katharina. Thank you very much, Anja. We will going to switch now to the next session, so I ask you kindly to get back to your places, and I will pass my word to Anja.
Yes, thank you very much. It was very nice to listen to you, Marlene. I'm really very happy to all what's going to come in the next month and years. Thank you. So the next session is actually a quite traditional session, and it's, I would say, one of the highlights of this event. And please let me just share some words about this event today with you. It's actually, this Postdoc in Germany event is an event that was initiated by the supporting organizations of the German Center for Research and Innovation in São Paulo 9 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. So I had the pleasure of being there and of participating at this event from the very beginning. The idea of this event is really to offer comprehensive information, guidance, and the opportunity to ask all kinds of questions to the participating institutions. And we believe in the success of this event, which we have repeated since then every year in São Paulo. There has been one edition in Rio. It has really shown that bundling all of these people representing funding agencies, representing universities. We also have one representation of Euraxis. She was not able to be here, but she will participate by video. She sent us a video for you. So bundling up all of these people and this information is really helpful especially for this postdoctoral endeavor in Germany, right? Because it's not easy to find information in the internet about it. So at least you have to know where you have to look for it. So we hope that you enjoy today's session. I also want to tell you that all of these presentations will be sent to you after the event, so it's not necessary for you to take notes, right? So yes, just keep this in mind. And now I have the great pleasure to invite to the stage Dr. Christiane Wöllner. She's the managing director of the Research School Bochum, and she has been with us almost since the very beginning. And this session has been continuously adapted and further targeted based on the experience that we have made throughout these years. So please come to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Yeah, so I have to apologize for the English because I realized during these first 15 minutes that I'm here with my colleague Jörn, that we are the only one not speaking Portuguese. So all of you now have to listen to English presentations, and it's also a pity that, yes, I'm here for several times, but not in the northeast of Brazil. We've been only in Rio and Sao Paulo, and I never started to learn Portuguese. I am able a little bit to speak Spanish, so I understand a little bit Portuguese, but I'm not able to speak. Yes, and we are here this year in the delegation. We are the only one really coming from Germany, so we arrived on Sunday, and that's why I have here the globe. I'm sure that everybody of you know where Germany is and located, but I'm always surprised that it takes so long time to come to Brazil, because the stomach is so thick and to have really to fly over. So we started in Düsseldorf and then we flew to Paris, and from Paris here to Fortaleza. So it takes a long time. But for me, it's always a pleasure to see so many young faces. And this year, also here are alumni from the Alumni Network event. Who is an alumni? Oh, in the back. So maybe the information here is interesting for you as a professor in Brazil, and maybe you can take the information to your PhDs or postdocs. So the title is Postdoc in Germany, but I think very important is the subtitle, Navigating in the German Academic System. No. No, nothing. Ah, thank you. No. So, because I would like to have the picture on the right side. So sometimes you think, or maybe you have the feeling that the system in Germany is very complicated, but I'm saying that it is also flexible, not only complicating. But it's also for German young or early career researchers, it is difficult. So don't be afraid, and I think that in the end we will have some time for questions, or yeah. So keep your questions, all the questions in mind, and then we all together we will answer it. So the first question, the most important: where can I do a postdoc in Germany? So there are more than 400 universities in Germany. It's a small country in comparison to Brazil. So we have 400 universities or universities of applied sciences, and you can do your postdoc at all universities there. And we have also non-university research organizations like Max Planck, Helmholtz, Leibniz, and Fraunhofer. And sometimes, but it is not so for the postdoc. It's more for the doctorate. You can do also your PhD in industry in a company. And this is the simple thing. So before I started with explaining a little bit the research career ladder in Germany, I would like to ask, who is still in its PhD? Doing a PhD, so doing a PhD at the moment now. Okay, and who has finished its the PhD not longer than 4 years? Okay, and and who has finished the PhD longer than 4 years? Okay. Yeah, okay, okay, so me too, of course. So because it is important to know the small difference, 4 years, 7 years after the PhD, because it's important now if you would like to apply for funding. So these are sometimes such very important steps, 4 years and 7 years. So if you would like to become in Germany a professor, and in Germany, if you are called a professor, it's a long, long way. It's not right after the doctorate. It's not possible that everybody is called a professor. So you need different steps in between. The doctorate, it lasts 3 to 5 years. It depends on the discipline. So in humanities and engineering sciences, sometimes it's a little bit longer, but natural sciences, life sciences, I think, so they can finish in 3 to 4 years. And the first step after the postdoc is the early postdoc. So the early postdoc, and then afterwards, that's why I asked before, so according to these 2 steps, and afterwards we have the experienced postdoc phase. And first I would like to focus a little bit on the early postdoc phase. It lasts 2 to 4 years, and also it depends. And the most important thing is for these early postdoc phases, it is characterized by really finding your research profile. So of course in your PhD you have a research project and then you are the expert in this research project, but sometimes it makes sense, especially in the experimental sciences, to change a little bit your research topic and to find a really new research topic, because in the experimental sciences you are really, you have a supervisor and you see your supervisor every day, and you a little bit depends on your, so it's your supervisor, and you don't want to be a competitor to your supervisor in the future. So maybe it's a good idea to find really own research topic, and also to have a strategic research topic. A research topic, what is good for the rest of your research life, that you will find a professorship position with this research topic. And that maybe another professor in this research area will retire, and then you will grab this position. In Germany, after your doctorate, you are really an independent researcher with a lot of rights and also duties. You are independent, and if you think, so what I mentioned about your further career, you should have a strategic career planning in mind, and always a planning for your system. So we are not here to draw you to Germany and then to stay in Germany and never to return. It's not a question of, or we don't want brain drain. We would like to have brain circulation. And that's why it is important always to have the own career system in mind where you would like to become a professor. And it is possible to do your postdoc, your early postdoc, of course, in your country. It is possible to do it in Germany, or maybe. So Jörn told me you really would like to mention RUP. Yeah, sometimes, so I'm not here to make marketing for my university, but a little bit. So maybe at RUP, and you can pursue the whole postdoc time in one country. It's possible. But sometimes, and you can think about to do the whole postdoc time in one country, or maybe to introduce a research stay and to go to another country for some month, for 1 year or half a year. So it's also possible. If you're looking for funding, because if you would like to go to another place, to another country, you need money. And in most of the cases, then you apply for third-party funding. And if you, as an early postdoc, receive funding, then the money is for your living. So it's not for your research project, it's only for your living. Or if you apply for mobile money, then also you have money for your living, and you have money for traveling to another country. If we jump now to the experienced postdoc phase, so maybe it's interesting for some of you to think about a longer stay in Germany, then we have these 3 possibilities in Germany. So maybe there are more, but these are the main 3 possibilities in Germany to have a research phase in between early postdoc and the professor. And after that, you are in Germany eligible to apply for permanent professorship position. And this phase, it lasts about 6 years. And the junior professorship position is always advertised by a university. And then you can apply for this position, and the position is advertised with a certain denomination. So your research project, your research area has to match to this denomination. And then there's a process, and then you can work at the university. A junior group leader position is a little bit different, because in advance you apply for huge amount of money. And this is also money for a project. This money for your position and for your project, other researchers, and this is your research topic. So you apply with your research topic, and then you complement the research areas of the university. And all universities are very happy if you're knocking at the door with a huge amount of money and ask if you can work there. Then we have the third possibility, that's the habilitation. This is only common in Germany now if you're in the humanities or medicine. Most of the people, they choose a junior professorship position or a junior group leader position. And if you're doing a habilitation, then you are not responsible for a group. So then you are a postdoc, you have a mentor, and you are working at a chair. And a few words about the experienced postdoc. So if you are an experienced postdoc, and if you pursue these phases, then you are really a faculty member. We have a lot of duty and rights, and because you are a member of a committee, maybe of a university committee, and you can supervise doctor researchers. You are responsible for the research of doctor researchers, and you are responsible for the people. And what I said, if you're here looking for funding, then you are looking for funding for your own position and for project. So this is, for me, I think it is very important also to say a few words about academic profile. Because if you apply for a position or you submit an application for a fellowship, you have to think about what are the expectations of the university and also what the expectation of the funding organization. And because after your doctorate, you have to from early postdoc phase to the experienced postdoc phase, a lot of things will happen. So first, you have the typical performance indicators. These are the hard skills. So do you have fellowships, awards? Do you have presentations? Are you experienced in teaching? Are there international collaborations, as far as I understood? So Marlene, she talked about collaborations, and so this is very, very important, but not after your doctorate immediately. So you will have time during these 6 or 8 years to collect all these things. But also important is the development of competencies. So how you are able to do your research. Are you able to manage research tools? Are you able to manage yourself and your project? Do you have time management? And also about your cognitive abilities. So don't forget it, and also if you apply for a position or for a fellowship, always mention these things, what you are able to do. And if you are at a university, you have this is at all universities, so during the time you will have growing responsibility and also more action within the organization. Yes, we are here because we are talking about international mobility. So, no. So I received the information that I will have more time. Okay, I try. So international mobility, if you move to another country, it's not only because of research. So think about, so you will leave maybe your family, but you will find new friends, and then you deepen into another research culture, and you will gain a lot of experience. And maybe your next step is Germany. So that's why we are here. And you need, then I mentioned it, you need funding for this. And I will give you only a short overview about two possibilities in Germany, how you can find money or a position. So after your doctorate, as I mentioned at the beginning, you can choose the possibility to have a postdoc position in Germany. And then you have one possibility is to apply for a fellowship. Then you have such mobile money, you carry it with you, and you can choose a university. The other possibility is you are looking for a position at a university, and then you are paid by the university. So all the positions of universities are advertised, and then you choose one, and then you apply for. And if you choose this, so always have in mind that all universities, they will help you. So if you are interested in a fellowship and you're looking for a university, ask the international offices or the welcome centers of the universities. They always will help you in writing an application. And also if you are looking for a position at a university, it's also possible first to get in touch with the university. The other possibility, of course, as I mentioned, you will do your postdoc here in Brazil, and you would like to apply for mobile money to go for a certain time to Germany or to another country. And these are the last slide. So it's awful, so always we receive the question, what about contacting a German professor? So because maybe some of you have made the experience, he will never answer. So maybe it's true, but I know that the professors, they receive really hundreds of mails per day. And so it is good to think about a mail. So it is important to really have a short mail, not a really long mail. And it is very, very important to address the person specifically, not writing, dear sir, dear madam. So this, he will read, dear sir, dear madam, and then it's thrown away. So please write, dear Professor Dr. Martin Müller or something like this. So this is very, very important. And show that you know to whom you are talking. So that you have read the homepage, that you really know his or her research topic. So that it is not a copy-paste email that he or she receive. And please explain why you have chosen his or her research group. And explain your research interest. And very, very important is, and a lot of people forget this, you are an expert. You have an interest. You have doing your doctorate, and please show the professor that he also will benefit from you because you have a certain knowledge, research knowledge, method knowledge, and mention it. And the CV, it's often also a problem not overloading a CV. So choose the publications which are really important for the position, for the professor, for the research field. If you have done at the beginning of your doctorate something completely different, it is not worthwhile to mention it. Yeah? So careful mention and give only the information unnecessary. And what I also mentioned, if you know somebody at the university from a complete different field, don't hesitate to get in touch with the people or get in touch with Welcome Center, or at our university and a lot of other universities, they have institutions like our research school. So no, we support early career researchers, doctor researchers, postdocs, and junior group people. So get in touch with them, ask them. So, or Jörn, often he will receive after such workshops and matchmakings emails, and then he said, so no, this email is not so good, so no, modify something and I will help you, and I give then the mail with a recommendation to the professor. So I think this is really important to inform yourself a little bit about the professor and his surrounding. So, and with this, I would like to thank you. And so if there are questions, Anja, or later on? Later? Okay.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Christiane, for this very important presentation and these very, very comprehensive information about the differences, right? Because it's rather different, this postdoc, a postdoc in Germany and a postdoc in Brazil. So it's very important for you to know this. But we will, if you have any questions, you can ask this after the session, and then we combine all the questions together. So now I have the pleasure to announce the next session, which draws the attention on funding opportunities for postdoctoral research in Germany. And now I have the pleasure of inviting to the stage first Dr. Christiane Peters. She is the representative of the DFG Latin America office in Sao Paulo, based with her office in DVH. I also would like to invite to the stage Professor Dr. Mirko Solé. He's Ambassador Scientist of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. And he's also professor of the State University of Santa Cruz. And yes, he came here especially for this event in Fortaleza. So please come also to the stage. We are very happy to have you here. Next is also Reseda is already here. She will deliver a speech on funding opportunities from the part of the DAAD. And later on, we will show a video by Euraxis. She sent us a video, as I already said. So, okay, so thank you very much. And I invite Christina, I pass the word to you.
Yeah, great. I will start right away. Bom dia. Eu sou Cristina. Eu represento, então, essa Sociedade Alemã de Amparo à Pesquisa, but I will do this in English. First of all, who has never ever heard of the DFG? Don't be ashamed, because we will change that. So, well, the majority, interesting. Okay. I will very shortly, really in a nutshell, bring some facts and figures on the DFG. So the take-home message from this slide here is the DFG is the largest third-party funding organization in Germany. So differently from, for example, the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, and also the DAD that you all know very well. The DFG is funding research projects. And we do this in all fields of science, so all the STEM fields and the humanities. And what we also have is funding for career steps, for postdocs. Also, you can be funded when you do your PhD by the DFG, and it's very complementary and very corresponding to the slide that Christiane has showed you before. You remember the slide with the research career ladder? We have complementary funding for all these steps. So the take-home message here is really the DFG is funding research projects, and in the research projects we do fund a lot of postdoctoral researchers also from abroad. And the take-home message from this slide here is that the DFG also has an office in São Paulo, so here in Brazil, and you can always contact us. So this is really an invitation to get in touch with the DFG in São Paulo, with me, with my colleagues there, if you have any question, any doubt about funding of your research project in Germany. So please do that. This is really an invitation. What is the DFG actually looking for? I already said it, any discipline, so you can really submit a proposal to the DFG, either if you come from mathematics or from really hard science or from anthropology, doesn't matter. It has to be basic science. This is important, yeah? Well, applied science, the DFG really doesn't fund. So this is a differential. We look for original creative ideas. Of course, these are research projects, so of course there has to be something new in your project, something that has never been done before. I think this is clear. And the projects have to be hypothesis driven. Well, of course, ambitious, but also realistic, because normally the project funding is up to 3 years. So you have to make clear to the people that review your project that you can pursue your objectives in a time period of 3 years. So it has to be realistic. You have to present a work plan that works, that is feasible. The staff, if you want to apply for staff, that you want to attach to the project has also to be realistic. And I think what is important, because this is really a question that we always get, we do not really have the technology readiness level of a project as a criterion, or the broader impact. We do not work with age indices and so on if we review, or if projects are reviewed at the DFG. Yeah? So this is also an important message. And this is something very complementary to what Christiane already explained. Ask your peers, really do that, and have a look at so many information that you will find on our website. For example, at the DFG website, there is a guideline for the reviewers, because the projects, they get peer reviewed by external reviewers, and there are guidelines for these reviewers. So you can really, or you should read them, because then you know what they are, what they will look at. Yeah, so this is really a must read if you want to submit a project to the DFG. But now let's come to what really counts for today, which is the different funding opportunities along the whole career. And what you can see here is really very complementary to what Christiane has shown you, because we really start right away with the postdoc initial phase. So this very early phase, you have just submitted your PhD thesis, you are not feeling so independent yet, you still need some guidance with your project. And this is the very early phase where you can already apply for a funding at the DFG. And then it goes up to very independent research when you already have your own research profile. You are a professor already in Brazil. Even you can be a full professor and still apply to the DFG for funding for having a longer stay abroad in Germany. And I think one thing which is important here, I will use the pointer, you can see it's divided, because you can, on the one hand, apply directly to the DFG for all these different career funding programs, and there is also the opportunity to apply directly to the university, to a project which is already running at a university, and which receives funding from the DFG, which is very common in Germany because the DFG does fund 30% of research projects that are running at universities in Germany. And then you apply directly to them, either for a PhD position or for a postdoc working position. And then you indirectly receive funding from the DFG. I will explain this later a little bit more in detail. Let's come to the first funding program, which is the so-called Walter Benjamin program. And what is interesting for you here is the so-called Walter Benjamin position. And as I said, this is really a funding position for those that are not yet feeling independent with their research. You are starting a research career, you would like to do a first postdoc stay abroad in Germany right after submitting your PhD thesis, and you can do this and apply to the DFG for this position. And what is interesting here is that you work still under the supervision of a host researcher, and you become contracted at the university. So you become an employer of the university. So the university becomes your employee. So you gain a salaried position if you are approved, obviously, for this kind of funding. So you submit a project to the DFG, and you apply for your position. So as Christiane said, you bring money to the university, and that makes it interesting also for the university, of course. And I do not have so many time to go more into detail, so please always read these guidelines. There is a huge FAQ section at our website which brings you all the details on that, and later we can also talk. But this is very interesting for those that have just finished or are about to finish their PhD. Important here, you need this acceptance letter from a German university and from the host researcher. So actually 2 letters. Yeah? They have to confirm that they receive you, and also the host has to confirm that he or she will receive you at the university. Let's come to another interesting program, or not so much a program, it's actually a module of what is our research grant funding, which is like the most used funding instrument at DFG. And it's very interesting because you can use it throughout your whole career. You can start with it right after finishing PhD. You can apply for it if you are a full professor in Brazil, and it's called the temporary position for principal investigators. And also here, again, you have a project with a maximum of 3 years, and you apply for your own position. So you bring money to the university, they pay you a salary, it's actually paid by the DFG, and you can also apply, and that's interesting also in comparison to the Walter Benjamin position, you can apply for a plentiful of instruments, consumables, instrumentation. You can apply for more staff. You can have a doctoral student with you for travel costs. So this is very interesting. And again, here you need a letter, an acceptance letter from the German university. This is necessary. Yeah? Let's go on because I'm running out of time. I will explain a little bit this program, although this is really hard to get. I have to say that. It's a very competitive program for leaders of independent research, junior research groups. I have to say that it's highly competitive. There is a funding rate of 20% to get it, but it's also very interesting because you become the leader of a research group, so you can really design your own group, you have staff, you also gain a salaried position, but you have to be highly qualified, outstanding in your field, as you can see here, and really pursue a very excellent project for a research group, and you can have a funding for up to 6 years. So this is also really, really interesting. I'm speeding up a little bit because I'm running out of time, but we can talk later, obviously. What I still wanted to show you is this other option, what I explained, that you can work in a DFG-funded project, So you do not apply directly to the DFG. I for example, did that me myself. I applied to universities, to Free University. I worked in a DFG-funded research group, but I didn't apply to the DFG directly. I applied to the university professor that had this open PhD position. So I really did the reality check, let's call it like this, and this really works. And you can do that. You can look, oh, I think I stopped the whole presentation. You can really look for a position in a project which is funded by the DFG, and see whether this is suitable for you. I will show you later how you can search for these kind of positions, because there is a database of the DFG where you can find all the projects financed by the DFG currently and also in the past, and there you can do a really fine-tuned search for your area. This is very, very helpful. So to wrap up a little bit, find your funding program according to your career level. So there is this early funding program of the early career program of Walter Benjamin. There is the Emmy Noether program. Heisenberg is not so interesting, so forget about it. And there is this individual grants program, which is not really a career program. You can use it throughout the whole career. And all have one thing in common. You need an acceptance letter from the university. This is really important. So you have to have a contact to the university. And as I said, it becomes your employer. You first send this draft idea to the host. And here it's very, very helpful what Christiane said. So please follow her advice and contacting a host. And once they have agreed, then they provide this acceptance letter, and then you can develop the full proposal and submit it to the DFG. And again, maybe how to find the right one for you. Have you completed your PhD? You have to ask yourself this question, or are you currently finishing it? If you say no, then you cannot apply to the DFG, unfortunately. If you say yes, then the next question is, have you already done a postdoc or led a research project independently? If the answer is no, then the Walter Benjamin program is the right one for you. And if you say yes, I did that, then the next question is, have 4 years passed since you finished your PhD? And if the answer is no, then the Emmy Noether program is still interesting for you. If the answer is yes, then you might apply to the individual research grant module, the temporary position for principal investigator. It's a really long word. In German, it's eigene Stelle. Maybe that's easier to spell. And what I still wanted to mention, because I know there are some more advanced researchers here, there is another module making part of the research grant, which is a Mercator Fellowship, which is also interesting because it's more like a sabbatical, so for shorter stays in Germany. I just wanted to mention that. We can talk about this later. And there you also can come from abroad and be invited by a German researcher who receives funding from the DFG. This is important because these are main databases to look out for contacts for current research projects going on in Germany. On the left side, you find the already mentioned GIBRIS database. There you can find all the projects funded by the DFG, and you can really search for keywords for your own research area and see whether there is currently someone working in your field, and then you can contact this person. And the other one is Garrett, which is more to have an overview of the different research institutions that we have in Germany, because we have plenty of them. There are not only universities, but also the mentioned non-university research institutions. Well, this is about the search. Maybe I will just leave that out and we can talk about it. I just wanted to mention, this is the first proposal that the DFG received. Someone wrote a letter to the DFG and said, well, I need 10,000 mark. You can't do that anymore. It is not so easy anymore. So what I just wanted to really advise is to consult the DFG's guidelines, yeah, because there you really find so many information. This is a must read before you try an application to the DFG. Do not send a letter saying, I need 10,000 euros. This won't work. Useful resources. You can scan this QR code here and you will find many resources. There is a how-to guide to the individual grants program. You can contact people in Bonn, where the headquarters of the DFG are, and ask them. There is a research career team at the DFG, and they help you with many questions about eligibility, who is the right contact in your field at the DFG, and so on and so on. I will skip that and leave my contact dates. Please, this is really an invitation. Contact us in São Paulo if you have any doubt or any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina, for this very comprehensive presentation with very helpful information, I'm sure, for different groups, different research paths, right? So now I have the pleasure to announce, to pass the word over to Professor Mirko Soler to give his speech about the Humboldt programs.
Thank you very much. I will copy my colleagues and come here in front of the stage because so I can interact with you. So I also will speak really fast because I'm already running out of time and I not even started, but I already know. Okay. So I'm representing the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. That's a foundation in Germany, and I myself, I was also a Humboldtian. I'm not Brazilian, I'm Spanish, but my mother is German. I studied in Germany, then I made part of my PhD in Rio Grande do Sul, in Porto Alegre, and then I really liked being in Brazil, and then I got a position in Bahia, and I really love Ilhéus, I love the Northeast, and I always say I will stay there until I retire. Sometimes after seeing all these presentations, so many incredible programs in Germany, I think, wow, it could be, I didn't click nothing. Okay, so, but to make it short, what does the Humboldt Foundation do? My slides are in Portuguese, so it will help you to follow them. And there's one part with dicas, with some ideas that I will give you that I will speak in Portuguese. It's only maybe 2 minutes, Jochen, so it will be no problem. What do we do is one of the things I will tell you. Then I will give you some opportunities for Brazilian researchers interested in going to Germany. And then I will shortly present the network we have. So, what do? We help that Brazilians and German researchers get together and work together. And the Humboldt Foundation also helps in the international comprehension, in diplomacy, and the progress of science. And the Humboldt Association, or not only the association, the Humboldt Foundation has an intensive network. And well, we should understand who this guy, this Humboldt was. Alexander von Humboldt, he was what we say in Portuguese, polímata. Somebody who was proficient in, was a geographer, he was an explorer, mainly an explorer. He was a biologist, a naturalist, he was everything. And just to give an example, most scientists we know of, they were not really famous during their life. Their contributions often, they were recognized long after they had already passed. This is not the case of Humboldt. Alexander Humboldt, he was a pop star, a scientific pop star during his life. I always say if he would be alive today, he would have 1 million followers in Instagram. He would be doing some dancinhas do tiki-toki. He was really, always when he had a discovery, he wrote letters to the influential people, to the nobles, to the kings, and said, I discovered this, and if you want to share it with your peers, please do so. So he was really good in comunicação científica. Just to give an example, this is not Humboldt. This is somebody knows who this is. This is Charles Darwin, yes. And what was Darwin reading when he was on the Beagle, on the research ship going to Galapagos? He was reading the latest book written by Alexander von Humboldt, Cosmos. And Humboldt is also the father of the climate change research. You may ask, but at the time nobody was speaking about climate change. But thanks to his accurate geographical know-how and the maps he made, today we know that, for example, potatoes in the Chimborazo in Ecuador, they were growing potatoes 500 meters below, and now it's 500 meters up. So something has changed there. So indirectly, he is the father of climate change research. And, well, now a small joke, you can say, that's why the Humboldt-Universität in Berlin has this name, Humboldt University. It's not the case. Jochen is also already here. No, it's wrong. It's wrong because this was his brother. And this is Alexander's brother, Wilhelm. He was a minister for science, and he founded the university. Today, some people in Berlin say that the university is of both of them, but who really funded this university was Alexander's brother, Wilhelm. Well, the Alexander von Humboldt Stiftung gives about 850 scholarships every year. We have alumni, ex-Humboldtians in more than 140 countries, and we offer 2,300 stages de pesquisa and research fellowships for every year. These are the principles that really rule the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. We have no quotas, we have no for areas, so it can be that one year we have a lot of people from Humanas, and then the other year we have a lot of people from hard science, and so it's independent. It doesn't matter for us. We look for other things, and I will try to explain you which are these things. The only thing we look for is excellence of the candidates. We look for excellent candidates, and we fund people, not really projects. Okay. The people have to submit the project, but ultimately we fund people. And we give some flexible, we also have opportunities for ex-scholars. You were a Humboldtian, and then after that you are still a Humboldtian. And now I will speak really fast about the Programa Capes Humboldt. This is an excellent program. In Brazil, we can be proud here in Brazil that we have this program. Because most Humboldtians or wannabe Humboldtians, they have to apply directly in Germany. We have this special program between Capes and Humboldt, and it works since 2030, and it goes until 2028, and I hope really that we can continue this for a long, long time. And we give about 30 scholarships every year for candidates of all areas. We have a selection committee that's formed by Brazilian representatives and by German representatives. And the applications, they have to be done at Capes, at the Humboldt Foundation. Every year we lose about 10 or 15 applications because they only send it to Capes. And they have to send it also to Germany. We have 2 calls every year. And the next calls are close at 28th of November and 29th of May next year. We have 2 kinds of scholarships. The first is for postdocs. It's up to 4 years after your PhD, and you get 2,700 euros. That is enough money to survive in Germany. Yes, I was also a scholar there, and it's a good money. It's not, you will not be a really rich person in Germany, but in my opinion, my humble opinion, you can live really well with this funding. And for experienced researchers, 4 to 12 years after their PhD, it's 3,200 euros. Also, mothers and fathers who had children, this is counted in this time, so you can have made your PhD 30 or 40 years before. If you had children, this counts. How to apply? Well, you have to send it to Capes and to Humboldt. And then, which are the criteria we use to assess this? Okay, we see the academic history of the candidate, sure. We see also the project, if it's original. And for experienced researcher, we would like to see an independent research line. Yes? Somebody who's already a structured group, who has already some PhD or master students, depending on the university and the campus he is. Okay, if you are in a campus that was opened in the 5 years ago, we will not expect that you already have a lot of PhD students, because it's not up to you to open a program at CAPES and have it run in so few days. This I will do in Portuguese, ok? Porque isso aqui são dicas para cada vez que eu faço essa palestra, vem gente, mas professor, tem alguma dica assim que nos ajude a mandar e a ter um projeto aprovado? Eu falo, olha, eu posso dar algumas respostas genéricas. E uma coisa que vou perguntar aqui, quem daqui é bolsista de produtividade do CNPq? Tá? 1, 2, 3, tem vários. Eu sou também, né, bolsista de produtividade há bastante tempo. Gente, o CNPq não é a Humboldt, tá? Esse é o grande erro que acontece muitas vezes. O bolsista do CNPq, não, eu sou bolsista PQ, eu sou 1, por exemplo, agora é A, né? Alguns são B e C, não é a mesma coisa. E daí, às vezes, tem surpresas, tá? E eu quero evitar essas surpresas para vocês. Por exemplo, aqui, a dica número 1, tá? São dicas genéricas, mas vocês veem como vocês podem usar isso, tá? Eu posso escolher, por exemplo, o T.I. Chan, que é um colega meu de Göttingen, trabalha com agroecologia e tem um fator H de 123. É bom? É bom, né? Esse cara é o cara, né? Quase escapa uma coisa aqui, não. É o cara, né? Tem quase 400, é muito citado, né? E do outro lado eu tenho o Mirko Bundschuh, mesmo nome que eu me chamo Mirko também. É um professor da Uni Koblenz-Landau, que é uma universidade um pouco menor, e ele tem uma H de 36. É bom também, né? Na hora de escolher, quem que vocês escolheriam para supervisar vocês, independente da área, né? Não vale dizer, que aquele agroecólogo eu não sou, né? Se vocês fossem, provavelmente a maioria escolheria o T.I. Chan. Eu vou dizer para vocês, tanto faz, porque a gente não avalia o supervisor. A gente parte da ideia de que todo doutor que trabalha naquele sistema que foi apresentado na Alemanha, né? Ele está qualificado a receber alunos e a supervisionar postdocs, então isso aí não importa muito. Então, escolham aquele cara que é bom para vocês, que vocês se veem fazendo uma boa interação. É da área, olha, durante o doutorado eu li vários trabalhos dele, eu quero ir para lá. E não escolhem, aquele é o bambam, mais chances de ganhar. Não é por aí. Segunda dica. Vocês podem colocar 3 ou 5 publicações que representem vocês. E lá que dá muito errado para os bolsistas do CNPq. O CNPq, ele quer o quê? Números. Você publique pra caramba, né? Então, você tem lá um artigo na Nature. Revista boa, né? Razoável? Não, muito boa, né? É caro. Hoje em dia publicar, né? Tem na PCs. Mas vamos combinar. Um artigo na Nature faz diferença. Não sempre. Se seu nome é fulano, parabéns. Você é o primeiro autor, publicou na Nature, brocou, né? Se seu nome é Tassiana, Urbano ou Normano, não. Porque você está lá no meio. Não temos como avaliar qual foi a sua real contribuição lá, tá? Daí eu sou editor dos Anais da Academia Brasileira, um pouco de propaganda, né? Se você é fulana e publicou nos Anais um artigo que é referência na sua área, você manda esse aí e explica por quê. Eu juntei a equipe, eu me orgulho de ter publicado nos Anais, tudo bem. Terceira dica, apresentem sua mobilidade acadêmica. As pessoas esquecem, mas eu só fui fazer um summer school em Heidelberg. Coloque aí, porque isso conta muito. A gente quer ver pessoas que já se mexeram, porque tem mais chances deles também continuarem se mexendo, tá? Já estou terminando, tá? Temos 30 mil Humboldtianos ao redor do mundo. Agora volto para o inglês. Skipping back to English. The Humboldt community is really, really big. We have around 33,000 Humboldtians. And there's one thing, the first thing I heard when I arrived in Germany, I went to a meeting from Humboldt, and the director of Humboldt said, this is what we are. One time Humboldt, always Humboldt. I'm a Humboldt, immer Humboldt. That means that it's kind of a family. If you are inside the Humboldt, Humboldtians will help you. They will drink a beer with you if you need to drink a beer with them. And the Humboldt Foundation also gives you fundings you can come back to Germany, you can apply for an equipment, you are being taken care by the foundation. And it works, really. I'm an ex-Humboldtian, and I already went back to Germany, and I'm representing the foundation. I'm really proud of this. And we also have the Clube Humboldt. Clube Humboldt is for ex-Humboldtian. It's run by Monica Santos de Freitas. And that's what we do at the Clube Humboldt, is also trying to do what we are doing here, incentivizing people to apply for the Humboldt Foundation. And we have 3 ambassadors of the foundation: Marcelo de Araújo, he's in Rio de Janeiro; Juliana Pasquarelli is in USP, and I'm in the Northeast at UESC. So most activities in the Northeast, I like to be there because I really love the Northeast, and I'm really glad that I think 1 year ago, we went to Paraíba, né? And it's the first time we have now 2 Humboldtians from Paraíba. And so I would really be glad to see, I saw there are a lot of PhDs or people who are finishing their PhD. Please speak with me, contact me, so we can build a project that can be approved, and I would be really great. And if you manage to do it, please send me an email. I got it. And so we can speak more and give more hints on how to arrive in Germany and how to work. I think it's this. Yes, here are some words of people who successfully applied and spent time in Germany. And so I'm here at the event, and so please speak with me how this all works. I can give you more examples of positive applications and what didn't work out. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mirko, for sharing such very useful insights with us, and for providing this helpful information. I believe that all of you have learned something today. So now we are running a little bit behind schedule, but still, I don't think this is a problem. I mean, the important thing is that you learn a lot today. So, and now I would like to give the floor to Reseda Streb. She will share relevant information about the German Academic Exchange Service regarding postdoctoral funding.
Okay, so I stay seated to skip here my own PowerPoint presentation. Thank you very much. I will present now the possibilities for postdoc and research in Germany, and just shortly we'll resume some characteristics of the DAAD, which is the world's largest organization supporting international exchange, and it's an autonomous organization which represents almost 250 German higher education institutions, but also student organizations. And it's an intermediary with a lot of experience between higher education systems. No? Okay. Fine. Okay, I don't know what's happening. Just 1 second. Sorry, just coping. Okay. Okay, so restarting. So the DAAD funds scholarships not only from scholars who are going from Germany to abroad, but also from abroad to Germany. There are a lot of programs for different levels, but we will focus on the postdoc and researchers programs. Okay, there is, for example, the ERA Fellowship. It's a scholarship which is focused on the area of green hydrogen, and there are different modules for master, doctoral, or postdocs, and there are different requirements depending on which module you choose. And for the doctoral and postdoc group, there's a continuous flow for your applications. Just to explain a little bit more about this program, so you can apply for 1 to 18 months that you can pass in Germany, and there are 4 options for working groups in the area of green hydrogen, so production, transport, and infrastructure, marketing, simulation, and cross-cutting issues. And it's important for your selection criteria, your academic qualification, and also the quality of your research project. And which is kind of typical for the DAAD fellowships is that you will receive a monthly fellowship, your health insurance, and also cover of your costs for travel. There's one more program regarding postdoc researchers. This one is funded by the German Federal Ministry of Research, Technology and Space, and together with the European Union. And so it's programmed for your stay in 2 different countries. You can stay 12 months in a different country in Europe, and then you will stay the last 6 months in Germany to get back to your host university, which will be giving you like a working contract. And this program is aiming people who would like to stay in Germany to have to continue their career in Germany. There's one more program which focuses on artificial intelligence, intelligência artificial. There are 3 schools specialized on this subject, but there's and connected to these 3 schools, there's a network who also includes postdoc. So if I will show you some more details for this. So what does this program offer? You can participate at the virtual networking week, so you can get in touch with all those school members, and the idea is to provide new ideas and connections. You can get the funding for 1 week's for a 1-week travel to Germany, so with the idea to deepen the contact for future cooperations. And you can also get the funding for short-term research, which is 1 to 3 months inside of a German institution. And there are 2 applications, 2 calls per year, and you can see the link here. As we have also maybe professors teach in this group, and you may think, maybe I don't want to stay a lot of time in Germany, but I would like to build a cooperation. So I would suggest the ProBrau program. This is funding for research projects between a Brazilian and a German colleague, and you can include in this ProBrau project doctoral candidates, but also postdoc features. And there's no restricted area. There are for professors from arts, architecture, also the possibilities to go 1 to 3 months to a university in Germany. So this is also one program which might fit. And then as we are combining this event together with the alumni event, I also want to mention that there are stays for former DAAD scholars, which my colleague Mariana already presented yesterday. I just bring you some more tips, dicas, where you can research for more information. In this case, you have this website Research in Germany, but there are a lot of more links you can check, including the DFG, for example, and the DAAD page with our data bank. And it's very important because sometimes you have not only the institutions like us, but also like federal, the ao nível do Estado, bolsas ao nível do Estado, certo? So the state, on state level, you can also check forms of funding. And I'm almost finishing. We have a really active Instagram site, so you can have information on all our programs, tips, cultural content, and here are our contacts. You can ask to receive our newsletter, so you don't need to check every time. Is there a new program? You will receive it directly, and you can get in contact with us via email, Instagram, and I also left my personal contact here as I am representing the DAAD here at the UFC office. So I was very fast. Thank you so much.
Yes, you were. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Reseda, for this very good overview over the DFD programs that might be relevant to you. And now we will show you a video of Charlotte Gravitz. She is the representative of Euraxis, which is a European initiative to promote the mobility of researchers and to provide, the idea actually is to provide information and services on research jobs and funding opportunities, and also delivering practical support for researchers that might be willing to go to Europe or want to move within Europe. So here is your, yes, go on.
Renato, a gente vai passar o vídeo agora. Veremos se o som está funcionando. Renato.
And maybe just to say that Charlotte was really sorry to not be able to come here in presence, but yes, she's sending you greetings.
O professor Rodrigo foi ver se o Renato está lá fora.
I'm not sure. Maybe we could. Oh,
yeah. Okay.
The objective of this presentation is to give an overview of European funding for your postdoc in Germany. My name is Charlotte and I represent Euraxis in Latin America and the Caribbean. Euraxis is a European Commission initiative to promote and support the mobility of researchers. There is European funding to support researchers at all stages of their career, but we will focus today on funding for postdoc. So the main programs for you by the European Commission are the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions, MSCA, and the European Research Council, the ERC. If you want to do a postdoc, you can apply for a postdoctoral fellowship under the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions. The call is open to candidates in all areas and from everywhere in the world, including from Brazil and other Latin American and Caribbean countries. Candidates need to have completed their PhD and have a maximum of 8 years of full-time research experience after obtaining their PhD. Important, the program has a mobility rule, meaning that you cannot apply for a postdoc in Germany if you have lived or worked in the country for more than 12 months within the 3 years prior to the call deadline. You must submit your candidacy with a host institution in Germany from the public or the private sector, from the academia or not. Meaning it can be a university or research center, but also an industry, a small or medium enterprise, a startup, museum, library, government. In other terms, any institution relevant for your research project. These grants are very generous and prestigious and competitive, so allow enough time to prepare a good proposal. The call is annual. It opens usually in April, May, and closes in September, October. I invite you to start reading more.
Okay. Yes. I think we could. No, what we could do is we upload the video, and yes, so you can access the presentation, the PowerPoint presentation, but you will also find a link to this presentation afterwards, and then I would start with some questions and answers before we go to coffee break. So please. We have the mic there, and yes, so please feel free to ask any questions. Of course, also related to the presentation of Christiane Wüllner. So please take this opportunity. Thank you.
You both have done a quite good presentation. Christina and Christiana also, and Mirko also have done a quite good presentation. But I have a question just to Mirko, okay? And what I don't see is that, like I'm not so young like the people, my students here, okay? But what I could see is that DAAD or Humboldt institution, there is no space for very experienced people like myself, okay? That is the question.
Okay, maybe if you allow me to say some words in this regard. This event is really targeted, the Postdoc in Germany event, which is, as I explained in the very beginning, thank you for the question, because I think this helps to clarify some question that you might actually have now. This event is really specifically targeted for prospective postdoctoral candidates, and even in the announcements we said that people are invited to register up to 4 years after completing the doctorate, right? But then, as we are teaming up with the DAAD alumni event, and as we're bringing this huge delegation to the Northeast, we said, no, please let's also invite senior researchers to this session, because of course you are professors at your universities, you are multipliers, you have students with you that might be interesting in performing postdoctoral research in Germany. So let's broaden the audience, and let's invite everyone who's interested. But this is, of course, the reason why these presentations are more targeted to earlier career researchers, although some of them even included some programs, right, regarding more experienced research. So yes, this is like important, but we might think about different formats in the next year. So because we see that we have a lot of interest, right? So thank you for your comment.
Yes, just shortly, the Humboldt Foundation, they have some awards, but it's kind of prizes, and they have been nominated by the German institution, but it exists. There's one professor here from Pernambuco, Marcelo Tabarelli. He got this prize, but he can not nominate himself. He has to have been working with a German institution, and then they say, okay, Marcelo, we will nominate you. I have forgotten the name of this program, but I can check it. But mostly it's kind of prizes. Yes.
Hello, and nice to meet you. My name is Manuel, and I'm questions for Christina. And in your great presentation, first of all, in your presentation, you're talking about that you're looking for different kind of ideas for research. There's something, a specific kind of area or line of research that you're looking for that is more important for you guys in this program, or is open for all? Thank you.
The answer is very short. It's open to everything. But it has to be basic research, as I said. As long as it is a basic research project, you can submit in any field of science, from physics, astrophysics to anthropology.
Hello, my name is Soraya, and my question is about feedback in these proposals. Is it common that these funding institutions give some feedback about proposals that are not accepted, or I believe it's not possible to give feedback to them all, but maybe is it okay if, in case my proposal is not accepted, that I request for some feedback to maybe make my project better for one next opportunity? Thank you.
Yes, that's a good question, because I know that you were reviewing CNPq proposals this morning, and that's what we do all the time. And you know that normally when you get a response, you get mad because they say, wow, it's wonderful, but there's no funding. Recently we had a call that only 10% of Bolsas Especiais were approved, and a lot of people had rated 9.9, and then they didn't get the scholarship. And at the Humboldt Foundation, this is managed by CAPES, but not in the traditional CAPES way. Normally, we send the applicants why they didn't get the scholarship. And that's kind of unusual for the Brazilian system, because we are so used that nobody says nothing, so nobody can recorrer, say, oh, that's not. And normally we get the advice at Humboldt, no, we have to tell in an elegant way, but really, this was a shortcoming, this is what we expect, and that can help to improve. And it is also no problem to speaking with Humboldtians and see what was the difference, or see what happened.
Yeah. With regard to the DFG, if you apply directly to the DFG for a project and you get a rejection, then you receive the reviews. So you can look what maybe was not so well evaluated, and you can even modify your project and try to reapply. You then have to go through the whole evaluation process again, but you receive the reviews, and this is really helpful, because then you know what was. They are anonymous, obviously. You will not know who reviewed your proposal, but you receive them.
Hi, my name is Fajr Fradi, and I'm a PhD student at the Department of the Civil Engineering here in OFC. And I was wondering, thank you for all the presentation about all this range of fellowship, but my two questions actually is regarding, first one, is this fellowship like follow the calendar, the university calendar? Like if there is some fellowship that you have to start at the fall semester or the spring semester, or it is like you can start whenever you have the funding? And also, because from what I understand, that this grant that you have to have the PhD already, which is kind of for a relaxed PhD students, because we actually start to think way before the funding the PhD. So what's the tips you can give us so we can have already our postdoc after our defense or like this? Because I really rarely see people with the PhD waiting to the PhD defense to think about the postdoc. We have to think about it like months before. Thank you.
I will start. I will start with the last question. You can submit your proposal, for example, to the Walter Benjamin program as soon as you have submitted your thesis to the examination office. You have to prove that, but then you can right away submit your proposal. So you can start, I mean, that's really hard if you think of it. You're still writing your thesis and already preparing another project, but that's the way it is. You can then really submit the proposal, and you have then this proof of the examination office. And obviously, you only, if you gain the funding, you will receive it if you have had your defense. You have to prove that. But you can like play a little bit with these time lapse, let's say. And what was your first question, actually? The university calendar. Yeah, sorry about that. Well, we do not work with any university calendars. You can submit a project at any time of the year. We do not have any deadlines at DFG.
Yes. Regarding Alexander von Humboldt, I have bad news for you. You have to hold your PhD to submit your application. It works like this. Because everybody who is in the academy knows that certificado de concluinte, it can go wrong. And it can take more time and so, and that would be a pity, get a proposal approved, and then you have no title, no PhD. But I can give you another hint that is interesting. Even if you do not hold your PhD, you can already start speaking with a supervisor. Because at the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, he has to send a statement, your future supervisor. And if he writes there, this candidate, he contacted me 3 days before the deadline of the application, maybe this is not the best choice. And if he says, no, this candidate, he already contacted me 1 year before he finished his PhD, and we have been speaking, and the German host shows that he is really eager to have you there, that can make a difference. So you can already start doing all this talk, organizing the project. So when you hold your PhD, you just formalize this and send it, and then you get it approved. And regarding the academic calendar, it's no, you are going to do research there. When I stayed in Bonn, I also did some lectures, but it's because I knew my supervisor for more than 20 years, and he said, can you help me here out? And for sure, I'm here. But normally it's independent, but even so, if you want to plan it, it's not that you get a scholarship and you have to start next day. You have a time that you can say, I will start here in 6 months or so.
So, okay. Is there anyone else? No? Oh, so, thank you for the presentation. I'm Rafael. I study education here, and I'm doing my doctorate, finishing not in the middle, from the middle to the end. And for me, the most important thing are the tips, the operational tips, because I think it's how we can know what are you doing correct or incorrect to find a way to get this funding. But what's more scary for me, it's the difference between how we manage research in Brazil and in Germany. Because in Brazil, when you finish the doctorate, if you don't have a job, you need to find a job. You have nothing more to do after that. And in German, it looked like it should be. I don't know if it's correct or not, or if I understood wrong. But it's like a direct way to you become a professor in a college. There is a line that you follow, like you have to have a life plan if you try a scholarship or a funding to research in German. And it's a little scary because, as in Brazil, it's not this way. We have our lives here, you know? So I want to have a fellowship in German, and I would like to live a little there, short time, probably months, a year, I don't know. But if I need to have a life plan to become a professor there, I'll need to think much more, you understand? I don't know if because in Brazil, it's really different, you know? The science in Brazil is not a profession. So if you are connected to a college, okay, but if you are not, you need to change completely your life to follow this line you presented here. So for me, it was a little scary to think about that. So.
Well, thank you very much for this very important comment. But I would like to say that we have included in the program different sessions that we can actually discuss these differences and go much more into detail. Well, first we have this session, How to Get Started, Ask Your Peers, with Professor Mirko Solis, so we can deepen this issue later. Of course, we have the coffee break, which is about to begin now, where you can engage also in individual discussions. And then, of course, the highlight of today's event is this longer session, 3-hour session, actually in the afternoon, where all of us will be present, Christina Peters and Mirko, where you can ask questions and they can respond also individually or in groups. So there will be plenty of time to deepen this. So I would just, if you yeah.
Rafael, I have the feeling that the Brazilian system or the Brazilian work is getting more German because it's getting more difficult to seek a position. I finished my PhD in 2005. In 2006, I had a professorship. That would not be possible in Germany, but it's also not possible in Brazil today. So it's not, I don't want to disappoint all the PhDs here. It's just that maybe you will have to spend some more time as a PhD in a project, going abroad and doing a Humboldt outside, and then you come back and you are really competitive. But you're right. One thing I felt when I went to Germany as a Humboldtian, and most of the Brazilian Humboldtians who went with me, they said, wow, it's the first time we are being treated as a researcher, I would not say respected, but as professionals doing research, and that was a really good feeling. And sometimes we have different feelings here. We are doing everything, bureaucracy and lecture and everything, and the time for research is limited. And sometimes we are not able to really feel like researchers here. We are researchers, but we have so many other attributions. And yes, I would say that career planning in Brazil would be something good also. Not expect, oh, I will finish my PhD, and after that I will have a position as a full professor, and that's my life. And maybe we already have to plan I will try to do a postdoc, maybe go to another university, gain more experience, and that's what's coming in the future. That doesn't mean that this is bad, yes? It just means that we will have to do more career planning. And these times that I finished and I got my position, it was really good for us, but it's getting really hard nowadays.
Okay, so thank you very much. So now I would like to just invite you to a small coffee break. And yeah, please use the time also to engage in discussions, and we will see you in about 15 minutes back here in the auditorium. Okay, thank you. listening, probably. Okay. Right, we can start in 1 minute or two. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. It was a short coffee break, but I hope that you enjoyed the refreshments and a little break. So now we go on in the program of the presentations of the universities. And at first, I would like to invite Marcio Weichert. He is the representative of the University Alliance Ruhr, and Jörn Bernsinger of the University of Bochum to the stage to give a short overview over the universities represented in the Ruhr Alliance. Well, you may start.
Yeah, hello everybody. So good to speak after coffee break that everyone is wide awake again. I will speak about UAHUR, or University Alliance Ruhr. This is an alliance of 3 universities in the region of the Ruhr. And many people think that Ruhr is a gray zone, but you see it's green. So the time after mining, so the mining era is over. You have a really new landscape. So here we see more than the Ruhr region. Here is the river Rhine and the Ruhr River across from east to west. You cannot see very well. So here's some information. So we are 3 universities. One university is the University of Duisburg-Essen. That's also the university that is responsible for the office here in Brazil for Latin America. The other one is the Technical University of Dortmund. And last but not least, the Ruhr University Bochum. So we have 2 representatives here in person to talk about. They are very traditional universities with almost all research areas. I can say there is no veterinary, no agronomy, but almost all other areas you will find there. They are universities that are very strong in natural science, for example, engineering, but also medicine, and sociology, humanities. So in the natural science, I will say so physics, chemistry, but also biology and other topics. Here are a lot of information. We have 3 clusters of excellence funded by the DFG. in the area of chemistry, salvation science, digitalization. It's also informatics, digitalization. IT is very important. Cybersecurity is the topic, the biggest topic. Physics, particle physics. And we have others, so very many international cooperations. And we have, I go to the other side. I will speak about other for joint research centers and college. And we have other institutions about in the areas of humanities, plasma, physics, astroparticle. For that ones that are interested or researching about Asia and China, we have 2 institutes in this area. And in the area of entrepreneurship, we have a BRIC Startup Alliance that will be funded by the governance as well in the whole region. Here are so the main topics that we have in the area. You see from left to right. First, the topics of the University Alliance joint research centers, say. You see here, I will not mention all of them. You can see, so material science is very strong there in the universities. So these are common research centers of the 3 universities. Then you see other research areas in the universities itself. Okay? So a little time to see, to take pictures. Yes, the next one. So we are in a ecosystem with other institutions like Max Planck institutes, Leibniz, Fraunhofer. So we can be at universities and cooperate with these other institutions in the region. And now, it's now, no? Now it's your time. So I will give you, Jorn will talk about the programs for the postdocs.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello. I'm one of the 2 not being able to speak Portuguese, as Cristiano, my boss, mentioned, so blame on me. Thank you, Marcel. So not only all of the 3 universities, but the University Alliance as a whole, they have one major focus, and that is empowering early career researchers. So Bochum was one of the first places in Germany to put heavy emphasis on the development of doctoral and postdoctoral researchers, and that is what we've been doing throughout the last decades. And when it comes to the University Alliance rural level, we call that the Research Academy. And there's one particular funding line that I would like to mention here today. It's called the Research Explorer Ruhr. So everyone on the edge of finishing their PhD or just having finished their PhD, like early postdocs, they are welcome to apply for a 2-week summer academy. We call it an all-inclusive invitation because we cover, flights, accommodation. There's professional training on writing grant proposals. So everything you've just heard, Humboldt, DFG, DAAD, yeah, you get professional training and you can get to know researchers from all 3 universities. I mean, we are 3 universities and I flew 14 hours here, just, you give me now 2 more minutes. Okay, I'm running through. So the most important thing is talk to me afterwards, yeah? So I'm just, pitching here and teasing you. So because Bochum has been doing this a little longer, we have our own funding lines. Those are not valid for Dortmund and Duisburg-Essen, I'm afraid, but this is for Bochum. And you see, there is a lot going on. Doctorate level. So I have those small cards here. You see? Doctoral level, 3 to 6 month invitation to Bochum. That's yellow. Yeah? Research Explorer. That's orange. I just mentioned it. Next one, writing grant. Come 3 months to our university and write a research grant proposal on site with our help and with our professors. The travel grant for more experienced postdocs. Henriette Herns, That is 8 professors of our university. They have been selected by Humboldt, and maybe that was the one that Mirko mentioned earlier. So he wasn't sure about the name. So for those 8 professors, you just have to convince the professors, not Kappes, not Humboldt. But if you convince the professor to select you, you are granted a Humboldt Fellowship, right? And so the blue one is an overview of all the programs. So see me, get the card, get more information. Yeah. And so these are our success stories. Yeah. So you see, we invite people and they return to our universities because we help them acquiring third-party funds. For the older professors, we have something as well. So, pardon me? Experienced, senior, heavily advanced researchers. So we have something as well, so come and see me. And you see, so 25% of the people we invite, they return. And you know, I'm the marketing guy, I bring pictures. This is not a stock photo, but from our campus. And you see some faces from Latin America. And Mario will play an important part later on. So he is here, he's from Chile, but he's in Bochum, and now he was awarded money to go outside of Bochum to attend a conference here in Fortaleza, so you can talk to him later on how life is in Bochum and Germany. And these are our contact details, but not so important because you're going to talk to us later on, right? So, thank you, and yeah, a little late.
Thank you, Jan. Okay, now the next pitch. Thank you for highlighting this. These are only, of course, intended to be pitches, like bringing only the main important information. Later on, you have the opportunity to engage in discussions, individual consultations. So, Christian Lazar, the floor is yours from Freie Universität Berlin.
So, exactly. Thank you, Anja, for introducing me, and thank you all for coming. I know it's not easy to make time. And take a whole day for listening to some people telling you about Germany. So how do you follow up after UARUA, so much funding, so many opportunities? It's difficult, but I mean, maybe you have heard about a small and cute town called Berlin. And like our mayor once said, we are poor, but we're sexy. So just to give you some little overview about our university, 34,000 students. It's not considered super big, but it's you know, like in the middle for Germany. And what is interesting is that starting at the doctoral student and for all the postgrads, we have 41% of researchers that are from abroad. So it is truly a university that lives its internationalization. And also some more numbers. You already heard about the DFG. Freie Universität Berlin is the #1 in Germany for receiving third-party funds from DFG for research into human and social sciences. This is an important statistic to mention. And all the others, I mean, all universities present here today are excellent, so I'm not going to go into too much detail. But because you have also heard about Humboldt, I wanted to mention that Freie Universität Berlin is the #1 destination in Germany for Humboldt scholars. These are the departments and areas of knowledge offered. So as you can see, it's a little bit of everything. It's easier to say what Freie Universität does not offer. We do not offer engineering, and we do not offer agricultural sciences. But yeah, aside from that, medicine, also veterinary medicine, that is important to say. There is only 5 universities in Germany that offer veterinary medicine, and we're one of them. As you can see also, the exact sciences, physics, biology, chemistry, pharmacy, mathematics, and computer science, and of course social and human sciences. And one thing that I always like to highlight in Latin America is our Institute of Latin American Studies that is interdisciplinary and where 8 disciplines are present: economics, history, literature, culture, anthropology, gender studies, all focused on Latin America. FU is also part of a university alliance. We call ourselves the Berlin University Alliance, and this originated in 2019, so it's fairly recent, but it gives you kind of like access, you know, to shared resources between TU, HU, Humboldt University, and Freie Universität Berlin, and also, last but not least, Charité, which is considered one of the largest clinics and one of the most prestigious university hospitals in Europe. And this is also important. Now there's a centralized job portal for these four institutions where you can look for the postdoc positions that our colleagues were already talking about. So aside from that, also Berlin is a very densely, I would say, populated scientific space. There's many joint professorships. There are 15 Leibniz Institutes, 10 Fraunhofer Institutes, 5 Max Planck Institutes, 2 Helmholtz Institutes. So in a plethora of areas, and great. And so there's plenty to choose from. Our excellence clusters are these right now. The one that is going to end this year is temporal communities. So unfortunately, in literature, we do not offer a cluster anymore. But in the other areas, which are mathematics, international relations, which would be scripts, neurocure, which is about neurology, and immunoprecept, which is about preventive medicine. And one that I would like to mention is our Center for Chiral Electronics that is going to begin their operations next year, which focuses on electronic, circuits on a nanoscale. So it's for applications in electronics and future devices and technologies and whatnot. International funding schemes. So there are two main lines. This is our own money at FU. So there are the flexible funds. This is for like small projects. You're going to visit someone, do a little workshop or something. You can apply for this anytime, but you first have to convince the professor at FU to invite you. These all work in the same way. The Global Faculty Program is our program for guest lecturers, guest professors. So this is for the, like Johan put it, heavily advanced scholars here. You can stay up to 1 month at FU and do some research and also give some classes. And then there's the startup funding for Humboldt fellowships, which is the reason why we are the #1 destination for Humboldt scholars, because we provide targeted support by professors to prepare an application. This is just a little bit more detail, the amounts, and like I said, no deadlines. You can try for this any day. But of course, you have to prepare a nice project. It is always the professor at the FU that has to request this for you. Global faculty. And now this is the Berlin Program for Advanced German and European Studies. It's a call that is currently open and is accepting the applications until 1st of December. It is for human, social sciences. It has a special focus kind of on history, German history, European history. So if you are interested in researching in any of those topics for up to 12 months in Berlin, please feel free to apply. Also, in the Berlin Mathematical School, I heard that Ceará, UFC especially, is very good with numbers and mathematics. So there is a de Richelieu postdoc fellowship at our Berlin Mathematical School, which provides up to 2 years of postdoc support for conducting your research at one of the application areas of the Math Plus Excellence Cluster. The Henriette Hertz program that Johan already mentioned and that Mirko already mentioned, we have 3 scouts at Freie Universität. So if you work in plant, fungal, and soil ecology, you can talk to Matthias Grillig. Radoslav Sishi is responsible for neural dynamics, visual cognition, and Stefan Rinke from our Latin American Institute, who is responsible for history. There is a welcome center. All of the universities here present have something similar, where they can help you with paperwork and answer some basic questions, I would say, about regulating your stay, how does everything work in Germany. And this is it. So Berlin is a really dynamic, really fun town, and maybe we will see each other there soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian, for your presentation. And now I would like to hand over to Cíntia Todd-Gonçalves for the University of Münster.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. It's nice to be here. Let's wait for the presentation. So I'm going to present today the University of Münster. The University of Münster, it's the country with which the university mostly cooperate is Brazil. That's why we have a Brazil center in the university and a representation in São Paulo. So where is Münster exactly? So near Holland, more to the west side of Germany in North Rhine-Westphalia. It's considered a middle city, let's say for Brazilian standards, small city, with about 320,000 inhabitants, and it's the city of the bicycles. So most people ride bikes, and we say that there are more bicycles than people in the city. So it's a historical city. It's very vibrant, really green, with castles. So it's a really nice place for you to be. And what does the University of Münster offer? So also like other universities, it's easier to say what we do not offer. So we do not have engineering, we don't have architecture, and we don't have agricultural sciences, but we have a broad scope of faculties, 15 of them, and it ranges from medicine to chemistry and pharmacy, physics, philology, mathematics, and computer science, and also some not so much traditional areas like, for instance, Protestant theology and Catholic theology. We have also Arab studies, so you have a whole range of possibilities to find opportunities to research in. And the university organizes itself around 4 main areas, and it's interdisciplinary. So you have dynamic societies where you're studying law, but also other things related to sustainability, healthy individuals, conceptual foundations, emerging technologies. So you're looking at AI, ethics with law as well, and sustainable futures where you're researching about battery and other human-related climate change and so on, climate policies and so on. Like the other universities as well, we also collaborate with non-university research institutions that are in the region. So we have, for instance, the Fraunhofer Institute, Max Planck as well, Helmholtz. We have a Center for Nanotechnology, where you can also find a whole range of research opportunities. So we also have, in terms of funding for research, we have the Internationalization Fund. Also, like other universities mentioned, this is a fund that professors, researchers within the University of Münster can request a funding to invite guests to spend some time researching at the university. So if you have a contact there, if you are able to find a contact there, you can also use this opportunity to apply for a guest visit, for instance, to research in collaboration. So that's where you can find more information on this QR code. And we also have an interesting opportunity for postdocs for women. So for a stay from about 4 months to 8 months in Münster to conduct your research. And we also had other Brazilians that have applied also, that have taken part, for instance, Bruna here on the right side, on the bottom. She went to a postdoc in Rio, and she learned about this opportunity. She applied for this fellowship, and she got the fellowship, and she's now in Münster developing her research. So this is an opportunity. We don't have yet the deadline, so do follow us. I'm going to show afterwards our LinkedIn. That's where you can find all types of opportunities. So here are some useful links that you can find further information on, such as Welcome Center. We also have graduate schools So that's where you can find most information about the university. But of course, this is just a glimpse of the university. In the afternoon, we'll have the individual consultations. I'll be more than happy to talk to you about your area and what are the possibilities for researching in Münster. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah.
So good morning. My name is Sören. I'm from the Technical University of Munich. Who has been to Munich before? Very good, because I did not bring so many pictures. So you have to visualize what you have seen while you were there. So, but it's a very nice city. It's a very beautiful city. And also you can do a lot of nice research over there. So it's called TUM, Technical University of Munich. Who does know the other Munich University? No, the real Brazilians. Sorry, Mirko. What's the name of the other one? It starts with an L. Ludwig. Maximilian University of Munich. What's the main difference between this one? So we have, it's called the Technical University for a reason. We have been founded 153 years ago now. Because of what? What happened? Industrial Revolution? Yes, that's it. Industrial Revolution. So we have been funded as a polytechnical high school in order by the king, Ludwig II, the same one who built the Neuschwanstein Castle, the same one, who was very interested also in technology. And yeah, this is why Munich. Okay, skip it. Why Fortaleza? You all know the answer. It's nice. You have beaches. We don't have this, but we have other nice things. Also, this is like in German. If you want to learn German, it starts with an A and finishes with a Geber, Angeber slide. That's the one. If you don't know German, go to Reseda. She will teach you German afterwards, and then you know what this means. So if you're interested in rankings, you can have this. But this is the most interesting thing here. So here on the bottom, you have LS, MH, NAT, CIT, ED, SOT, MGT are our schools, our 7 schools. You will see them later, so but you have to think about this. And on the left-hand side, we have our Integrative Research Center. You as a future postdoc or still in your PhD, you will be in the middle, you know? You will be doing your research in these areas, like in clean tech, intelligent systems, health, security, and it's not very... So we try to break up a little bit the silos we have within the universities. You are all very ill. So I'm an electrical engineer, I do electrical engineering, computer, But normally challenges are not like this. Challenges are that they don't really care about if you're an electrical engineer or if you're working with computer systems or if you're a physicist. So challenges are like this. They are spread all over. They are integrative. And that's one of the ideas we are trying to integrate this into a system. Where we have on the one hand side still our classical schools, but on the other side, our integrative research centers. I will talk about this later also in our individual consultations. A little bit about Munich. I think what I really like to highlight is, and we all like to show maps. You have seen a lot of maps now from almost every university or university consortia. Is the last pillar here on the right side. It's the last two. Actually, on the right side, the industry network and the startup network. Especially if you're doing a postdoc, please be aware that this industry network, these are companies who do R&D, research and development on site. So they hire PhDs. They hire someone who's doing a research-related project within the company. Like, for example, Infineon or KUKA or Wacker Chemie or Siemens or wherever you name it, you can read the slides or the logos. And then on the right-hand side, you also have the startup network. Marcia was mentioning this, and also Christian. So one idea is also in terms of like not traditional academic careers. One idea is really that once you are within your PhD, you can develop like a startup project without it. And then what? You just follow it up, and we have all the services and administrative tasks in order for you to help you set up your startup. So now everything about postdocs here. Here are the 7 schools. But I don't want to stress you too much, so we have almost everything besides social science and humanities. We have a little bit social science and technologies, like educational sciences, governance, so political sciences. We also cover this. but we are mostly focused on engineering, so the STEM or STEAM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medicine. Obviously, we have this. And now a little bit about how do we support you. So we have this very nice name. It's called TUM Talent Factory, which is a career support for postdocs. So we have all these different kinds of services we offer to you, like workshops. We also are part of the Munich Postdoc Network, where you connect with other postdocs within the region, not just from the universities, also from Max Planck, Helmholtz, Fraunhofer, wherever they are. We have our Global Postdoc Fellowship, and that's what I will tell you now about. This is especially designed for you. This is just open for international researchers, which means you can be a German or from Catalonia or wherever you are, but you have to do your PhD. Well, you are just eligible if you have done your PhD outside of Germany. So this is the case for all of you here, minus Mirko and the rest of the ones here. But so you are eligible for this fellowship. It's a 2-year fellowship. And the idea is to help you a little bit with the steps, because normally we understood that it's kind of difficult for you to find a supervisor. We will have a small Q&A session now afterwards, and a small workshop on how to get started and everything, and we go into detail about this. But one of the main things we help you with here in the phase 1 is to find or help you to find the most suitable hosts at the university. And this is very, very helpful. But I will show you this in our individual consultations. We did not hear about Charlotte, but there's also this Marie Slotia Curie postdoctoral fellowships. They are very, very, very nicely funded. So it's almost double the amount you get from Alexander von Humboldt. But you won't be part of the Alexander von Humboldt network, Mirko told us. It's like 6,700 euros when it's for Germany. It's very, very, very high, this one. And you have yearly proposals and calls for it. But I must stress that the approval rate is in its single digits. Normally, it's like between 7 and 10%. It depends a little bit on the year. So if you apply for this one, be assured that you apply for other funding lines also, because the probability that you get this one is like 7 to 8%. So normally you can analyze that you have to do more than one application. And then for the most experienced or senior or whatever you want to be called, for our also guests here, we have a global visiting professor program, very easily done, almost in a continuous flux system. So you can apply every 2 to 3 months. The application has to be done by a researcher from the university, and you can stay from 2 weeks until 3 months, very conveniently, especially if you are a professor at the university. Normally, you can't be away for many weeks or months, like a PhD student or postdoc. So this is for you, and this is the QR code, but for the individual consultations, I also have more information about this. These are the information for our Talent Factory, and I finish with a very nice view of a cidade maravilhosa de São Paulo. 8 minutes, be on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sören. Well, thank all of the university representatives for their pitches. And this next session will be moderated now by 2 colleagues from the universities, by Cynthia Todd Gonçalves and Jörn Benzinger. And I please come to the stage, and they will give you further information about this session, which is actually one of the highlights and one of the key sessions of today's event.
Hello again. So this is the next session, and it's called How to Get Started, Ask Your Peers. And Cynthia and I thought we're going to bring someone on stage, and we ask him some questions. Yeah, we've been doing this for some years, and we know what you might be interested in. And then we're going to open the floor and let you ask questions on everything you want to know. Yeah, so we're going to talk about academia, about life in Germany. Yeah, what can be challenging, what you can bring as Brazilians to Germany. Yeah, and yeah, you've already heard him, and I hope he's here because I can't see him. Mirko. Ah, there he is. Okay, so one round of applause for Mirko. You brought gifts for us, or?
No, I just got it.
Ah, you just got it.
Sorry, I was late, but I was giving an interview for the people there.
Ooh.
Now, all of you will give this interview, I think. But then I got this present. Thank you very much.
So please come in our middle. Yes. Because, yeah, I mean, you have already introduced yourself a little bit, but we want to expand this further on. So we thought there is no better expert when it comes to bring together Brazil and Germany in terms of culture and academia. I mean, we've only met this morning, but I've learned a lot, and I don't think we can cover it all. So what you mentioned here today is, so you were born in Spain, you were schooled in Spain, you did your studies and your PhD in Germany, and now you are a professor in Brazil, and you've been a professor for quite a while. Yeah. So can you elaborate a bit on your really outstanding CV and what brought you to Brazil in the first place? Because there had to be an initial, spark.
Yes, there's always, not always an initial spark. There's some things in life happen and you do not plan it. It's not something that I want to, an advice that I want to give to you. Let everything to the acaso, né? So things, it's really good if you manage to build your way, but things sometimes happen. Life happens, and I was born in Barcelona. It's a wonderful city, not as beautiful as Munich, sure, but I like it. Barcelona is. We only have a problem in Barcelona. There is nearly nobody from Barcelona living there. There was an interview or a study now. Half of the people who live in Barcelona were not born in Barcelona. I do not live in Barcelona, but I was born there. And in fact, yes, I studied in a German school. And for me, it was always glass clear that I wanted to become a biologist. Not only for me, even for my parents. Because since I was 3 or 4 years old, I was catching animals, I was breeding tadpoles at home. I was always, Brazilians would say, bichento. Sempre fui uma criança bichenta. And I was lucky that neither my father or my mother are biologists. My father worked with furniture. He was a representante for a brand of yes, he sold tables and stuff for hotels. A hotel does not go to a shop and I want to buy 200 chairs. They bought it with my father. My mother is now retired. She's a teacher at the German school for sports. So nobody was really into biology. But the day they saw that this guy is different, our son is different, he's always after animals, we have to push this. And so for me it was glass clear that I wanted to become a biologist. And I only knew Germany from visiting my grandparents in Horb am Neckar, that's in the Schwarzwald. And we went there once a year, put all the 3 children in the car, my parents, and we drove up to Germany. And then we spent there 1 month in Horb am Neckar. And it was interesting because we were really stupid at the time. In Germany at the time there were automaten, you could buy some chewing gums. Vending machines, yes, and you had to put 1 Deutschmark there. And we discovered that 5 pesetas from Spain, they worked there. And we did it in Nordstetten, that's near Horb, maybe 200 inhabitants. So it was Glasscree who was putting this 5 pesetas, ne? And 3 days after that, it was not the police, it was our neighbor. He came, oh, could you speak to your sons, because these are my vending machines. It's quite obvious from where these 5 pesetas are coming, no? There I decided that I was not born to be an enterpriser or build and so I continued with biology, and I only knew Horb am Neckar. I opened a big map from Germany. I thought, oh, Tübingen is so near Horb am Neckar on a big Germany map. I said, okay, then I will stay at the home of my uncle in Horb am Neckar and take a train, take a bus, and it took me 1 hour and more to get to university. So I moved to Tübingen really fast, and it was a really great experience studying in Tübingen. But how did I arrive in Brazil? This was really by chance, because already studying Tübingen, now I really like Germany, but Germany is not a country with a really big biodiversity. That's a fact, because we had ice ages, and it's cold there, and a lot of, especially amphibians. Amphibians do not really like cold places. So I always wanted to work with amphibians, with frogs, somewhere where there would be a lot of frogs. And one day, one of my professors, Professor Wolf Engels, he studied in Münster, he came to, he told me, I have a big project in the Araucaria forest in Rio Grande do Sul with Buki. Don't you want to do your master and your PhD there in Porto Alegre, for example? I said, we can speak about this. No, we do not. Do you have a passport? Yes, I have a Spanish and a German one. Give me your German passport. I said, well, it's strange. And 1 week after that, I already had a visa to go to Brazil. And then I asked my professor, and please don't take this as an advice. Yes? I said, yes, but if I'm gonna do a master or a PhD, I need to have a project. I need to know what I will do. And said, no, I'm only the coordinator for it. You go to Brazil, Axel Kveet, he's already there, he will introduce you, and then you do something with frogs. That was my project. Do something with frogs. Said, wow, it's that like science work like this? So then I arrived, and then I saw that Axel Kveet, this guy, he was already doing his PhD, he was really good, so we set up a project, and I did the project. And then I really liked Rio Grande do Sul, Porto Alegre. I made a lot of friends in Bahia. And after that, I returned to Germany. I spent 2 years in Tübingen as an assistant professor. No, assistant professor not. At that time, it was C1. It was an assistant. But I missed Brazil so much that when I got an email arrived saying, the State University of Santa Cruz in Ilhéus is looking for a visiting professor in herpetology. I said, wow. Normally it opens for zoology, ecology, herpetology. I'm a herpetologist. I had never applied for anything in the academic environment, so I sent an email. Yes, I'm interested. I took a Google, where is Ilhéus? Bahia, I had no idea. And then I got an email saying, thank you for writing to us. We had 28 applications. You were scored in 3rd because I had just finished my PhD 1 year ago. And thank you for participating, and we won't take you. And so, at least I tried it. What I didn't know is that the first guys were a couple from Rio, and they wanted to go together. And they had no idea they were giving lectures at a private university. They had no idea how it works. And said, no, we want to have 2 positions. I said, no, but we are a public university. We can't invent another position. We only have 1. No, but we want 2. We only want to go together. And then they said, no, we are not going. So I received an email saying, you have 3 days to be here in Ilhéus, to sign your contract because we have elections. That was 2006. And we only have a small window before the elections. People who live in Brazil know that you cannot sign a contract the day before the elections or no president is taking place. So it was the first and last time in my life that I went to the airport and said, is there any plane going to Lace today? And then I discovered something that most of you do not know. You already have seen that there are some travel agencies inside the airport. I always said, who is buying a ticket in the airport, only if you lost your plane or so. And then I discovered they resold, or I'm not sure if they still do it, passages of no-show people. So I arrived there and I was already, in Brazil they would say, estava pronto para a facada, né? How many thousand reais? No, we have a flight to Ilhéus, 200 reais. Said, this must be a scam. And it was not a time when we had so much scams and so. Said, no, here's the passage. In 4 hours you go to Ilhéus. I arrived in Ilhéus. I went to the university. The last day I could be there, and the university was closed. There were 3 professors in front of the university saying, estamos paralisados pelo arrocho salarial. And so I said, no, I do not believe that I made everything arrive for the position of my life, not my life, visiting professor, and then I will lose it. So I called to the head of the department, and he said to me something that you have already heard a lot of times. Yes, today is the last day, but we will give a jeitinho brasileiro. I say, and what is this jeitinho brasileiro? Yes, we still have to send it to Salvador because Ilhéus is not Salvador. And so you come tomorrow, you sign it, and we date it like being yesterday. So, no, in Germany this does not exist. I'm sorry, but if you say it works, I'll sign it. And so, and I thought, why did this guy not tell me this before? And avoiding all this stress to flying and arriving. Yes, now I will make it short. I got a position. I really loved Ilhéus. I loved the Northeast. So apaixonado pelo Nordeste mesmo. And I'm teaching at a small university. I know it. Universidade Estadual de Santa Cruz. When I arrived, they only had a master program in zoology. Conceito 3 na CAPES, né? I said, no, then let's work and let's try to open a PhD in ecology. And nowadays we have a PhD program rated 6 in ecology, rated 5 in zoology. And I have my master, my PhD students, and for me, I have to confess, I prefer working at a smaller university because the ways are shorter. And it's not like showing off. It's so small that the dean, director, always knows what I'm doing also because you meet him there. It's so small that, and you can send him a WhatsApp, oh, Alessandro, here's a problem here, can we solve it? And he will solve it because he knows the people who are really doing science and are trying to advance things. I'm not sure if he answers this to everybody, but normally he knows that I'm trying to do the best, and then he says, no, the car did not arrive to take you to the field, let me give a call. And so for me, it was a really great experience being back in Brazil. And yes, that's how I arrived. It was a professor who one day, Wolf Engel said to me, you will go to Brazil. I had no idea what I was going to do, but at the end I found it. But this is no advice for you. Yes? Please plan it, organize it, because it could also have gone wrong. But that's a problem that we always say, that sometimes academical ways are not really straight. Sometimes things happen and you have to work and this happens. But at the end we only hear the histories, the stories from the people who made it. And that's sometimes it's not this best advice, because there are people who stayed on the way, and we have these voices are not here to say, that didn't work. And yes, I'm really glad to be here, invited by you, and I'm already speaking too much, so next question. No, next question.
Yeah, I do have a question. So you have a very interesting experience in terms of, having been in Germany, studying there, and then coming to Brazil also as an exchange student, and now also being a professor and supporting masters and doctoral students also probably to do exchange programs. So bear in mind, people here are looking forward to doing a postdoc in Germany. From your experience, what are the difference that you have learned about in terms of the 2 different systems, and what would be important for the audience here to know before applying and going to Germany?
Yes, I think first things first, there's one thing I already said it now in the interview, that Germany could learn with the Brazilian system. And it's called Iniciação Científica. who of you have had a scholarship doing Iniciação Científica? A lot, and you are here now. You are the survivors. What happens is in Germany, one thing I missed, I understand the system. The system in Germany wants to give you knowledge, a lot of knowledge. And then, only if you're ready with this, they say, now you can start doing science research. I only started to do research in this master, and only by chance, because Axel Quet, this guy, said me, this is how you have to do research, because my professor didn't tell me this to this. There are a lot of articles recently published in Nature and Science saying that and one of the indicators to measure success in academics is the moment they started publishing. The earlier you start publishing, the more chances you have that this goes well. Now a disclaimer, because if you are a master student, PhD student, and you have not published, you will say, oh, it's too late for me, I have not started. No, no problem at all. But you have to start publishing. And I would say that this is something that I missed in Germany without knowing it. I learned it here, and I think it's a really useful tool, starting doing research during the undergrad years. Because in my opinion, the best fuel to do research is seeing your research being published. And for me, it's always so exciting if I have an undergrad student and he publishes a paper. 20 years ago, it was a paper. Now it's a PDF. But the student opens this PDF. I'm sitting right beside him. I'm really, I get a goose, Gänsehaut. Only thing is, and you see the student saying, wow, I did this. And it's published. It's an article. And the thing he will ask you is, what can I do next? And this is something that I really value, and it has been working a lot. You get your students publishing, and then they go. One advice I have is Brazilians are really creative. I would say I'm a Brazilian too, because I've never lived so many time in a country like in Brazil. I've spent more time of my life in Brazil than in Spain and in Germany. But I will never be a real Brazilian, I understand it. But what I would say is use this creativity and try to convince a professor. Any stage. I know it's really hard, but you have to be differential. Don't make an email by ChatGPT or so saying, dear, you have to show this professor that you are passionate for what you do. And you have ideas. And maybe these ideas are not going in the right direction. That's for what you need a professor. But I have spoken with a lot of German professors, and one thing they really love in Brazilian students is they are passionate from what they do. The empolgados. Brasileiro empolgado. Yesterday there was published a paper in Nature, and you will disagree with me, saying that the most happy PhD students in the world are the Brazilian PhD students. I said yes, because it's a lot of antidepressivo that goes inside there. So they can say, no, I'm so happy doing my PhD. But in fact, this part is not in this Nature article. But in fact, more than 80% of Brazilian PhDs said they like doing their PhD. And I like doing my PhD. And I have a lot of my PhD students, they like doing their PhD. They really live it. And I think if you can show this to German professors, a lot of Germans, they say that Germans are really distant and they are cold, and they are not like this. They are not. If you really learn to know them, they are friends for lifetime. They are really, really great guys. They are humans also, but normally it's really different for them at university to show they are humans. They do not do it. If you are an undergrad in Germany, you have to treat a professor like a god. You cannot come there like here, meu chapa, tudo bem. It's over if you do this. But on the other hand, they like it. And I have a lot of Brazilian students in Germany, and the professors say me, this student, he brought life into my group. In Bonn, I pass the time at the Museum Alexander König, and I sent 3 of my PhD students there. And Dennis Röder said, it's so great here. I myself, as not a professor, but a PI, I'm so glad they are here because they cook, they bring pão de queijo, they bring, they are the soul of the lab now. They have taken over the lab, but in a way of turning everything more human and more empathic. And German professors, I have the impression that they like this. And sometimes they do not know they like this until it happens, until they have a Brazilian there and they say, wow, that's really great. And so it's really hard, this first link. Sometimes maybe you go to summer school, personal contact is still really important. And so if you go to a conference, don't underestimate congresses. You go to a congress, you go drinking a beer, and on the table is a German professor, and you start speaking with him, and you find things that you both like or you study. I remember once in Germany, there was a really, really difficult professor, Professor Oberwinkler, working on fungus. Yes, if you work on fungus, you probably are not somebody who... And then came a guy from Rio Grande do Sul, and he was on the table, one here and Oberwinkler there. And everybody saying, Oberwinkler, he doesn't... it's really hard to, even for the people who were working with him, said, oh, in 10 years I have not spoken more than 2 sentences with him, because they said he was arrogant. And then, after some beers, they were there, and then they discovered that they were passionate for the same mini group of fungus inside the genus of fungus. And we were saying, I have never seen Oberwinkler like this. He's smiling, he's saying, we have to collaborate, we have to do a book about this. Why? Because both of them had the same interest. And it's a really small group of funguses. Probably Oberwinkler thought nobody in the world knows them. And then appears this Brazilian and says, yes, I know this. And this species is not the correct species. It's been wrongly named for the last 20 years in Oberwinkler. Yes, I know it, but how does it come that you know it? Because sometimes they are not aware that Brazilians are also really good scientists. And then at the end, they have been collaborating for roughly 30 years now. They visit each other. Both are pensionated, retired now, but they still. And so a collaboration started. We're drinking some beer with a professor. We swore that he would never, ever have a collaboration with, not even from Brazil, with nobody. And at the end, it worked. So find a professor, speak with them. They are also humans, and convince them that you are. That you will be an asset for them, for their lab.
So let me summarize when it comes to academia. So we talked, of course, we talked before this kind of interview. And our experience was throughout the last years that Brazilians, early career researchers, tended to be a bit shy when it came to their competencies, when addressing professors. And I liked it very much that you elaborated on that you really have something to give when you approach German professors. So we talked about research and academia now. One other bigger topic that people are always interested in is life in Germany. I know you've been in Brazil for quite a while, so this is one of the reasons we brought Mario here, because I know, Chile is different from Brazil, but he is now in Bochum. He's been with us for 2.5 years. And Mario, would you please come here? Hi, Mario. No, let's see. Is that working?
Yeah, you just have to press it harder. There, just keep pressing it.
Keep pressing.
Yeah,
okay,
just
longer.
Hold it.
Okay. Yeah. So you saw his picture a couple of minutes ago, right? I mean, not anymore. So we met in 2022?
May 2022.
In Chile. So, and he's one of our success stories. So he applied for funding for Chile German funding, and you have been working on your PhD ever since 20.
Yeah, since June 2023. So roughly a year after we met, I was starting my PhD in Germany.
And because we thought, you know, Cynthia and I, we are kind of the marketing people, of course telling you Germany is beautiful and always sunny. It's a better idea. Okay. It's maybe a better idea to have a kind of local guy telling you the hard truth about life in Germany. So, how's life in Germany?
So, the first time I had to buy vitamin D was in Germany, that's for sure. But life in Germany is quite peaceful, I would say. It's a quiet life. It's a very good country to do research. I have been talking to some friends that they do research in Spain or Italy, and yeah, I would say that all the things that doesn't come with the weather comes with the other things like funding, living costs, and all the helps that you have from the government. Because in Germany, if you're a PhD student, you are a student. And for example, if you're a PhD student in England, you have that's like a regular job. So in Germany, you have discounts in supermarkets, transport, and all that stuff that you don't have, for example, in England, and you earn roughly the same.
So you see, don't go to England, don't go to Spain, come to Germany because of the discount.
You always can go in the summer to Spain for a couple of weeks.
To get the sun.
Yeah.
So what was most challenging when you came to Germany, and who helped you in, if there were any challenges, of course, and who helped you in overcoming this? I mean, Christian mentioned welcome centers, and so...
Yeah. So for example, Bochum University has a very helpful welcome center. Like because there is a lot of bureaucracy in Germany. And for example, they tend to inform you about everything related to the bureaucracy, also via letter. Like you have, you don't get an email about something. It's like you have to wait for the letter. So I used to go with the letter to the welcome center. It's like what I do now with this, like the registration in the city office, the tax ID, and all that stuff. They were very helpful with that. And what else? Yeah, and also the language barrier is also important. I mean, Portuguese and Spanish, Portuñol is not so different, right? Like if you go to Chile, you can understand the signs, but if you go to Germany, it's like
no.
all streets called the same. All they call Strasse.
Strasse.
Who's this guy? Why all? Yeah, exactly. But the university has German courses for you as a PhD student. They start with the very basic, and every semester you increase half of a level. So right now I'm going to start B1-2. Yeah, that's in German. And once I finish that, I will have like the basic level when you can, for example, apply for extended residence permit. So I don't have to renew it every year and just every 5 years, which is a lot of less paperwork. Yeah,
we love letters and paperwork. That's for sure.
It's like you have fun. It's every plastic bottle or glass bottle has a extra cost, and you have to you go to the supermarkets and put it in a machine, and they give you back that money.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they send you paper for everything. So it's like, wow. Yeah.
But you are right. So we cannot stress this enough. So every university has a welcome center, and all of the universities, they have language courses. But language in your lab?
Yeah, so I mean, if you're doing a I would say in Bochum University, roughly 67% of the masters are in English, and all the PhD programs and everything is in English.
Yeah, so the language of research is English, and that's true for all of the German universities represented here. Okay, so do you have a question, or would we like to open the floor to the...
Yeah, maybe we can open the floor for questions.
Yes, so now you have the chance to ask questions.
Don't be shy. I mean, if you don't have questions, we will be sitting here for another couple of minutes. We don't go to lunch early.
Hi. I would like to ask concerning the proficiency level when you go to Germany. Do you have to show that you have some kind of specific level in order to do a postdoc in Germany? Because you talked about language. Thank you.
So if you have a contract, it doesn't matter. I have a friend that he arrived in January last year, Ricardo, you know Ricardo, and he has he had 4 days straight on Duolingo, and that's what he started with. So yeah, it's not I mean, if you want to integrate in the society, at the end you have to learn the language. I think that's common in every country you want to live in. But regarding the requisites to start your PhD or postdoc, it's not necessary.
So the old lady in the bakery is always happy if you start in German, and then she realizes, okay, and then you switch to English. So, I mean, that's basically it.
Yes, but does the old lady also switch to English?
Yeah, but you are able to communicate.
Thank you for the questions and the sharing. And I'd like to ask about the university, because I had the experience in the Max Planck Institute, so it's a little bit different, the institute from the university. And if I would apply for a postdoc, for example, the ELCOM Center, they will be in touch with you before, for example, by email to help you, or you need to be in contact with them. Let me be more simple. I have to talk to them first, since I applied to the postdoc, or they see that I already applied and they talk to me. Who talked to them first?
Okay, so I suppose that it's very similar for all universities, but in Bochum University, they contact you first once I suppose they get notice that an international student is coming to university. So they send you an email with introductory presentation, like a Zoom webinar about first steps and things like that. And the Welcome Center has an email, usually takes 2 to 4 days to get an answer, and they also have time slots during the week when you can go physically and ask some questions. And personally, I prefer that. I gather all the letters, and I go to the Welcome Center, and I go one by one asking for help.
But for example, when you were in Chile, for example, months before, because you have the funding and everything, and then you plan your start, and then so this contact with the university was fine. They send these orientations before, they guide you through this process, these months before, I don't know.
So in my case, I got my confirmation on middle of December, and I did all the paperwork online to enroll into university around January, and in February they contact me and they give me the guidelines and also this they schedule to me this webinar where they teach me the basics when you come to university. For example, in Germany, it's very important, the Anmeldung, which is the city registration. So it's very important, and they teach you how to do that. And if you already, for example, have a place to live, which was my case, because the secretary of the research group where I'm working now, she managed to get me a room in these dorms from the university. So I already got a dorm when I arrived there. So because I have already that, they managed, the Welcome Center helped me to get the Anmeldung as soon as I arrived to Germany. They got me an appointment and everything.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Hello. My question is, I understood in university from Germany, everybody speaks English, it does not have trouble, okay? Good. So I want to know if the university require the level of English. For example, if you want to go to another country for USA, they require TOEFL, Cambridge. And my question is, I would like to know how the level of English, if you require something or only interview is enough. This is my question. Okay?
Yeah. So as a postdoc, it's the inviting professor or group to decide if your level of English is enough for them. So you're going to have a Zoom call, and there is no need to bring in a test or something. Yeah. I mean, if you study German studies, no one is interested in your English anyway, because you know, you would speak German then, or Hispanic languages and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, hello. My question is more about the postdoc. Like, as I finished my PhD recently, like July, you guys from the university, do you have some programs or some contact with the industries or some like connections? Okay, I'm gonna apply this postdoc for next year, for example, and I'm going to do this like for 2-3 years. Oh, we have these connections, you can go for this way, you can go for teaching, or can you apply for the industries? You have some like connections after planning, or how is the situation from the university?
I'm not sure if I got your question right. So are you an engineer or?
I'm chemistry, but I finished my PhD in corrosion,
Yeah.
so I'm going for different sides.
Yeah, I mean, so all of the universities have partnerships with industry, or like Mario, so he is, or his research group leader, his professor, he is half professor at our university and half a professor at Fraunhofer Institute, which is applied sciences, and they are very strongly connected to industry. So, I mean, there are chances, of course, but it depends on the professor and on the field, of course, yes.
My question is how much time it takes the process of the application until you go to Germany, like more or less average time. And for Mario, what's the biggest cultural shock that you got when going? Because I know the culture, the Latin. I'm not Brazilian. I'm Arab, but I know that the Latin American culture is a little bit more casual. So what's the biggest cultural shock that you got?
So let's start with Mario, and then maybe one of the representatives of the funding organizations can answer how long it takes if you apply for funding.
Yeah, so I would say I had quite a few big shocks. The first it comes to my mind is when you say, like, in Latin America we are casual, like we are, for example, we finish the day and it's like, do you want to grab a couple of beers? And it's, yeah, okay, right? But here it's like you have to plan everything. Like they would say, yeah, perfect, I have time in 3 weeks at Thursday at 5 p.m. And that's like, it's that way, right? Also, it's like, it's very small detail, but when, for example, you're in an elevator, like you don't even know the person, or you say hi or something like that, right? Here it's like, if you don't know the person, you don't have to say hi to the person. It's like and it's not awkward not to say hi to the other person. It's like, it's regular, it's what happens. Cultural shock also. So in Chile, when you go to the supermarket, you can buy, they give you plastic bags to take your stuff. Here is the same, maybe here is too much, like they give you plastic for everything. I mean, and in Chile, at least you go to the supermarket, they give you a plastic bag. So I still tend to forget my bag, because every supermarket you can buy a bag there. So it's like, I'm in the supermarket and it's, oh, forget the bag. And I have a ton of bags that I bought in the supermarket, otherwise I cannot take my stuff back to my flat.
And there was a second part of the question, so about the time between application and the decision and the funding. Yeah.
Well, at DFG, the average processing time for a proposal is at least 6 months, but you should plan 8 to 9 actually, from when you submit the proposal until you really have the decision. So it's quite a long time.
No, it's perfect. It takes up to 6 months until this is evaluated, and not only evaluated. Campus Humboldt, we have a meeting of the committee, and prior to this, we get all the Gutachten, all the reviews. And after that, Campus takes some months, sometimes more than we would like, until they put it out, the result. And this does not mean that it was published yesterday and you can go to Germany tomorrow. There's a time of a famoso recurso, and then after this, the final list is published, and then you have, I think, in Humboldt, 6 months or so until you start. You can start earlier, but normally it's like this. It's 6 months to get it evaluated, and more 3 or 4 until you really start. So plan it before.
So plan in advance.
Yes. Regarding these beers, I'm half German, but I was born in Spain, and when I arrived in Tübingen, I faced this same problem. The people were so planned. We went to university, and they said, how if we go today to the Neckarmüller? It's a restaurant, or it's a Neckarmüller, it's a Brauhaus. Ne? And then they said, when? Today? I said, yes, after our lectures we go there. I said, no, we can go next week maybe. And if we go from 6 to 8. I said, wait. But one thing I can tell you is if they have a Brazilian there or a Spanish guy like me, and then they were enjoying it so much, they said, I sometimes had to say, no, but you said that at 8 it was finished. No, but it's so great today, let's stay. And so they are also flexible. Normally they organize it, but then a Chilean guy goes there, a Brazilian goes together, and yes, and then Germans, they are open to this, and they like it. Because they know that, okay, if I wanted to study this, I can study it later or tomorrow. And if they are enjoying the moment, they even also forget the time. So it's not at 8, it's 8 and 5 minutes that they go home. And it's already a victory.
So, yeah, there are more questions. Okay, yeah, one more question. Okay.
My question is just to complement the third question about the lifestyle. Like, if I ask because, for example, I have been to Boston and there is just a few gyms. For example, the supermarket is too far where I live. So I was thinking that maybe, I don't know, in Germany there is gyms or something that we can go outside. I don't know the weather. Maybe it is too, like, how many months it will be really cold that we could not do outside, you know?
So one thing that is...
I have no idea. I know there is like the map. I know, but like how many months can we go outside? Just go for a walking with like I don't know.
So like regarding like distances and things like that in Germany, first, a good thing in Germany is that you can reach everywhere, like the most little town by train, but don't take in consideration the time that the Deutsche Bahn app says, because that's a lie. The trains in Germany are always late, but you can get there, doesn't matter where it is. And also most of the cities, they are made of a way that you can go anywhere in bicycle. Like I move a lot in bicycle, and they are very homogeneous. Like, okay, you have the Altstadt, the city center, the old town, but the rest of the city is very similar if you go north, south. So you have like one supermarket every, I don't know, like every like 15,000 people, something like that. I don't know. It's like really, it's like if you Google Maps, Bochum, for example, and you put supermarkets, like you can see that they're actually very well distributed around. So I have 3 supermarkets in less than 50-minute walking to where I live.
Nice. And as a woman, you are not, but like, I mean, it's totally safe. Oh.
Totally, really. I would say totally safe. You will think, no, it can't be. But you can be at 2 in the evening, in the night, in a park, and it's no problem. Okay, you always have to.
Maybe I can give you an answer to this. So, as a Brazilian, I've always been worried about, walking alone, especially in the evening, and you're always looking if there's someone around. And the first time that I went to Germany, it was very different, as in the feeling that you were safe. Of course, we are still careful, always, but nevertheless, it's very different. So you are able to walk around, and last time I went to Münster, for instance, there was a festival, and it was around 11 p.m. It was already dark, and there was so many people just, enjoying the park and going around. So I was also alone, and I felt safe. So this is something that is very different.
Yes, it is. I would say that living in Germany is not expensive. If you are a PhD student, or because there are ways that you can turn it really cheap. I went there in 2017 with my wife, who is a journalist, and she discovered something that's called Kinderflohmarkt or Flohmarkt. It's Brechos, and they are organized on the street every week, every Sunday. And she was so impressed that things were so cheap. I said, do people not earn money with that? They say, no, they are recycling it. They bought it cheap, it's for a child, the child grow, and then they resell it not to become really millionaires selling used trousers and shoes. They sell it because they want it have to be circulating. And you can go to a Flohmarkt and with 20 euro, and after that you have Winterkleidung, or well, maybe not, 50 euros, but you get really good stuff for excellent prices.
Yeah, I remember the question about the weather. So there is no bad weather, it's just wrong clothes in Germany. So there you go. So I know there are some more hands up, but in terms of time and hunger, we thought it would be a good idea to have or to move the conversation outside and enjoy lunch. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Good.
Just one remark. That there is, as I said in the beginning, we teamed up with the DAAD here in Fortaleza, and there is a parallel alumni event going on bioeconomy. So there will be 2 parallel sessions to our afternoon program, which are the individual consultations, right? So at 2, there will the alumni event is in Portuguese. At 2, there will be a session on bioeconomy and, Bioeconomia e Política de Desenvolvimento Regional Sustentável. And at 3:15, actually they're running late, so maybe it's like 15:30. There will be Bioeconomia in Perspectiva, Inovação, Sustentabilidade e Cooperação Internacional. So it's just an invitation for you that once you've finished your individual consultations, you are also very much invited to join this alumni event. And yes, basically you wanted to say something? No. Okay. 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 And yes, and the location is different, of course. We are the afternoon session will be the individual consultations, so there will be in the other room. We have signs, so you will find it easily. In these rooms, in this room, we have individual tables, and then you can really get to talk to every one of them individually, ask your questions, engage in discussions, and so on. So please use this opportunity to talk to each of us. We will all be there, and we have a lot of time reserved, right? We have from 2 until 2:30, I would say. Yeah, maybe we should extend the lunch break from 1:30 to 2:30, right? And so we start with individual consultations as 2:30, and we have 2 hours and a half. So that will be okay.
Estamos convidando vocês todos para o almoço no Salão Nobre, certo? Tem almoço pronto no Salão Nobre, ao lado da sala onde terá depois o atendimento, certo?
Continuação do nosso evento. A gente teve uma pequena mudança no cronograma, então a gente vai juntar essas duas palestras, vai manter-se o mesmo tema, com os palestrantes convidados. A gente só vai antecipar a última palestra e fazer uma discussão, uma mesa redonda, com todos os palestrantes juntos. Então, eu espero que vocês aproveitem a palestra e, quando terminar, a gente tem um coffee break e aí vocês podem, quem ainda não tiver sido atendido nas mesas, terá tempo de ser atendido, fazer o atendimento individual, que no momento lá está bem cheio, não está sendo individual, então vocês vão otimizar o tempo de vocês com uma excelente palestra. Passar a minha querida colega Kátia para conduzir a mesa redonda.
Olá, boa tarde. Bom, muito obrigada, Mariana, pelos informes organizatórios. Então, meu nome é Kátia e tenho a honra de mediar agora as duas mesas, ou seja, uma mesa, mas juntando as duas temáticas, que a primeira é sobre os estudos de caso, bioeconomia e políticas de desenvolvimento regional sustentável, e a segunda temática, bioeconomia em perspectiva, inovação, sustentabilidade e cooperação internacional. Bom, é uma alegria de eu poder dar início a essas duas temáticas e queria destacar de antemão que a bioeconomia desempenha um papel central no debate global dedicado à transição ecológica. Ela se apresenta como um dos pilares estratégicos na transição energética, atuando como um instrumento essencial para a descarbonização da economia e para a construção de novos modelos produtivos sustentáveis. No caso do Brasil, a bioeconomia também tem se afirmado como uma estratégia fundamental para o combate ao desmatamento, que representa uma das principais fontes de emissões de gases de efeito de estufa do país. Trata-se de uma abordagem que busca equilibrar o tripé social, ambiental e econômico, conectando inovação científica, valorização dos territórios e inclusão produtiva. Bom, nessa mesa, que vai juntar agora as duas temáticas, a gente também pretende partir do regional para uma perspectiva mais global, também com ênfase em cooperações internacionais. Falando novamente do contexto nacional, queria dizer que em 2019, o Ministério da Agricultura, Pecuária e Abastecimento, o MAPA, lançou o programa Bioeconomia Brasil, Sociobiodiversidade, e a ideia era fortalecer políticas públicas para o uso sustentável da biodiversidade e a inclusão produtiva de povos e comunidades tradicionais, agricultores familiares e empreendedores locais. Nesse sentido, o MAPA tem sido um órgão federal pioneiro a adotar oficialmente um conceito de bioeconomia que está mais voltado para a chamada sociobiodiversidade, da qual também falamos ontem na palestra da Moirá, por exemplo. É importante também lembrar que o conceito de bioeconomia assume múltiplas leituras. O Brasil ele tem buscado articular a bioeconomia, a sustentabilidade, a inclusão social e a valorização de saberes tradicionais, reconhecendo a bioeconomia como instrumento de transição justa e de desenvolvimento regional sustentável, que será o foco da primeira parte dessa mesa. Essa visão também está presente, por exemplo, no eixo de sociobioeconomia do Plano Nacional de Desenvolvimento da Bioeconomia, o PNDBio, de 2024. Fazendo uma versão bem enxuta dos últimos anos, nas quais o tema realmente ganhou destaque, eu gostaria de falar de maneira breve sobre as seguintes iniciativas. Em 2023, teve o lançamento da Estratégia Nacional de Bioeconomia e Desenvolvimento Regional Sustentável, BioRégio, pelo Ministério da Integração e Desenvolvimento Regional Sustentável. Em 2024, teve a Estratégia Nacional de Bioeconomia, publicada pelo Ministério do Meio Ambiente. No mesmo ano, Brasil sediou a cúpula do G20 e a bioeconomia também foi destacada como tema prioritário nas discussões. Na semana passada, o PNUD, quer dizer, o Programa das Nações Unidas para Desenvolvimento, sediou em Brasília, em um evento pré-COP30 sobre sociobioeconomia, que resultou na Declaração Sul-Sul para integrar a sociobioeconomia à agenda climática global rumo à COP30 em Belém, que vai ter em novembro. Bom, e encerrando agora essa introdução, dessa forma a bioeconomia brasileira, ela se consolida como uma estratégia-chave para o desenvolvimento sustentável, fortemente ancorada na sociobiodiversidade e na valorização das pessoas e dos territórios. Bom, vamos aprofundar essas reflexões agora, através de experiências concretas, e gostaria de dar início a essa mesa, juntando as duas temáticas, com Denise Cavalcante Issa, Maria Amélia Henriques e Oriel Herrera Bonilla. Bom, com isso tenho a honra de convidar a nossa primeira palestrante para cá para o palco, que é a Denise Cavalcante Issa, que é do Departamento de Biologia e Biotecnologia da UFC, e ela tem experiência em biologia molecular, prospecção de moléculas naturais e aplicações biotecnológicas, com uma pesquisa sobre espumas de anfíbios e aplicações biomiméticas, indicada para mesas sobre bioprospecção e inovação baseada na biodiversidade local. E vamos ouvir um estudo de caso desse contexto regional daqui do Ceará. Obrigada.
Deixa eu... certo. Boa tarde. Eu estava conversando nos bastidores, que eu não sei como foi que a Mariana me descobriu para dar essa palestra, mas eu estou lisonjeada com o convite, gostaria de agradecer o convite. Muito obrigada pelas palavras, Kátia. Então, eu trouxe essa palestra porque eu achei que mais se encaixaria com esse tema de um estudo de caso. Tá? Então, vou trazer um estudo de caso regional que a gente tem feito lá no Departamento de Biologia da Universidade Federal do Ceará. Certo? Então, eu trouxe esse título, que é Do Lixo ao Valor. Né? Então, vou trazer um estudo de caso, que é uma startup que a gente montou aqui na Universidade Federal do Ceará, que trata resíduos, né, do camarão, que é a cabeça e a casca do camarão, através de uma biotransformação, gerando um produto de alto valor agregado. Então, é bem um estudo de caso, tá? Por conta do tempo curto que tinha para falar, a gente escolheu esse estudo de caso. Não está passando, não. Se você quiser. Fez só o sonzinho de que não deu certo, né? Então, por conta do curto tempo, eu quis falar um pouquinho sobre mim, né? Eu trabalho com biotecnologia, tenho um doutorado em biotecnologia, eu sou professora da Universidade Federal do Ceará desde 2014, do Departamento de Biologia. Eu tenho 10 anos de experiência no Laboratório de Ecologia Microbiana e Biotecnologia. Hoje eu coordeno o Laboratório de Recursos Genéticos da UFC e eu sou cofundadora dessa startup que a gente iniciou em 2020. Agora passou. Acho que eu estava passando para o lado errado. Pronto. Então, a motivação para criar essa startup, por trabalhar com biotecnologia ambiental, a gente teve a motivação que é a grande geração de resíduos, né? Então, a gente tem uma geração de 79 milhões de toneladas de resíduos. Esse dado é de 2019. E 6,3 milhões de toneladas não são nem coletados. Então, 29 milhões de toneladas são jogados, né, no ambiente aberto, né, ou em aterros sanitários. Então, 35,8 milhões de toneladas são jogados no ambiente e a gente encara isso, né, como algo extremamente negativo, onde a biotecnologia ambiental pode tentar fazer um uso desse resíduo. Tá? E hoje em dia, né, essa lei é de 2010, a Política Nacional de Resíduos Sólidos, mas tem sido obrigado que os geradores de resíduos já coloquem em prática, né, a coleta desse resíduo, a disposição desses resíduos em aterros sanitários certificados. Isso já está sendo obrigado desde 2020, apesar da política de resíduos ser de 2010, só agora em 2020 que eles estão sendo obrigados a cumprir essa política de coleta de resíduo, né? E aí, como estudo de caso, eu trouxe uma das nossas linhas de pesquisa. Essa pesquisa foi desenvolvida no doutorado, pelo doutorado de 2 alunos, né? Alunos de doutorado de biotecnologia, lá no laboratório da professora Vânia, que eu trabalho em conjunto com ela, e fui co-orientadora de um desses alunos. E a gente publicou esse artigo, né, que é a recuperação do resíduo da carcinicultura em um líquor, em um hidrolisado rico em proteínas e aminoácidos. Então, como é essa recuperação? Como é que eu vou converter cabeça e casca de camarão, que é um resíduo, em um produto rico em proteínas e aminoácidos? A gente faz essa recuperação usando micro-organismos, usando bactérias do bem. Elas fazem uma fermentação desse resíduo e transformam um lixo num produto cheio de proteína e aminoácido. O que é que você faz com isso? Um líquido cheio de proteína e aminoácido. Então, no caso dessa tese de doutorado, ele desenvolveu, né, a incorporação desse líquido cheio de proteína e aminoácido na ração da tilápia. Então, eu estou levando proteínas para alimentar a tilápia. Essas proteínas seriam jogadas no lixo se a gente não tivesse feito essa bioconversão. Então, isso é um exemplo, né, de uma tese de doutorado, 2 teses de doutorado, que geraram artigos científicos, mas que também geraram patente, né, e geraram a possibilidade de aplicar esse produto, né, essa tecnologia num produto de alto valor agregado. Então, só mostrando, né, a carcinicultura é um setor de grande importância no Brasil, né? Ela é uma produção de carcinicultura no Brasil, 200 mil toneladas, sendo 50% lixo. Quando a gente produz o camarão, 50% dele, do peso daquele camarão, é lixo. É a cabeça e a casca do camarão é jogada no lixo. O Ceará e o Rio Grande do Norte, juntos, eles são responsáveis por 90% dessa produção. Ou seja, são geradores de 90% desse lixo. Então, o Ceará está tendo esse lixo, porque está exportando, né, o camarão filetado, que a gente chama, e o lixo fica aqui. Né? Só exporta a parte boa lá para a Alemanha, o resto fica aqui. Brincadeira, da Alemanha só para fora do Brasil. Né? Então, e aqui eu queria trazer o que é a inovação. A inovação não é só criar algo novo, tá? Mas gerar um valor e resolver os problemas, transformando esse conhecimento em soluções práticas. Isso que é inovação. Inovação não é só criar algo. Esse algo que você cria, ele tem que ser prático, ele tem que possibilitar uma solução. E aí foi essa motivação que levou à criação da nossa startup, a startup Biotech for Life, né, uma startup voltada para incorporar tecnologia desenvolvida em laboratório pelos estudantes de doutorado e uma solução prática, para que a gente ponha em prática. Algo bem voltado para o regional, que é o nosso estudo de caso. Tá? Então, esse lixo, na verdade, ele é ouro. Por quê? Porque aquela cabeça e casca do camarão é rica em proteínas, em pigmentos antioxidantes, que é a astaxantina, e minerais em quitina. Tudo isso é ouro. Por que ela está sendo jogada no aterro sanitário? Então, a gente pode converter isso em um produto de alto valor agregado. Certo? Então, foi, como eu disse, a inovação, essa ideia foi a nossa motivação para sair da universidade e abrir uma startup, pensando em fazer essa conversão. Então, aqui é só uma linha do tempo. Né? A startup ela foi criada em 2020, né? A partir de um edital centelha. Então, essa startup ela só foi possível a partir de financiamento público, né? Então, a gente ficou em primeiro lugar nesse edital Centelha, que obrigava, né, no edital, a criar um CNPJ a partir de uma ideia da universidade. Então, a partir de então, né, a gente então criou a empresa Biotech for Life. Passamos por programas de aceleração também financiados, né, pelo governo. Recebemos uma premiação da FINEP como uma das 10 empresas, né, que recebeu essa premiação em 2021. Eu não sei como é que está o tempo, não sei se vocês estão contando, mas a plaquinha não apareceu. E a gente também recebe um financiamento da FUNCAP, né, que é a agência de financiamento cearense, também para tocar, né, esses produtos, a formulação desse produto, e temos uma parceria com a Embrapa. Por que com a Embrapa? Para a gente possibilitar o licenciamento dessa tecnologia. Vou falar por quê. Qual foi a ideia, então? O como aplicar esse produto, né, rico em proteínas e carboidratos, antioxidantes, aminoácidos. A gente conseguiu converter o lixo nesse líquido cheio de proteínas, e agora você vai usar isso para quê? Então, a gente viu na tese de doutorado que isso poderia ser usado para ração de tilápia. Mas a nossa ideia da empresa foi usar isso como biofertilizante. Então, está aqui a nossa solução. A gente tem um resíduo, a gente faz um tratamento biológico, né, que totalmente sigiloso, usando bactérias do bem, probióticos, inoculantes, que promovem o crescimento de vegetais. Então, essas bactérias elas fazem essa bioconversão, gerando um líquido, que é o hidrolisado biológico, cheio de aminoácidos, nutrientes, né, proteínas, e geram também um outro produto, que é a quitina. Não sei se vocês sabem, mas a carapaça desse camarão, né, dos artrópodes, é formado por quitina. E a quitina ela também é um produto que tem, primeiro, que ela é a matéria-prima para a criação da quitosana, ela é um pré-biótico também para a alimentação animal e é um imunomodulador também. Então, aqui eu queria destacar que essa solução ela está totalmente relacionada com a economia circular. A gente usa lixo para transformar um produto de alto valor agregado. E todas as nossas matérias-primas, como melaço, soro do leite, são resíduos de outras indústrias. Então, aqui a gente não gera nenhum lixo, toda a água é aproveitada, tudo é aproveitado, é zero lixo, e faz parte dessa economia circular, certo? Promovendo maior sustentabilidade. A gente já está aplicando junto com a Embrapa, então a gente precisa da Embrapa para aplicar esse produto, e a gente está testando esse produto em milho, feijão, né? Aqui é um exemplo de gramas também, mas milho, feijão e banana junto com a Embrapa. Por quê? Porque agora a gente está procurando certificar esse produto junto ao MAPA, ao Ministério. Para isso, o MAPA, né, ele exige que esse produto seja testado pelo menos em 2 culturas, 2 cultivares, várias doses, e que ele seja testado por uma empresa certificada por ele. E a única empresa aqui no Ceará é a Embrapa. Tá? Então, ainda bem que tem a Embrapa para nos ajudar. Há algum custo, mas tem. Tá certo, já estou terminando. Certo? Então, a gente viu, né, que ela aumenta a produtividade, sem o nosso produto, com o nosso produto. As plantas, né, crescem melhor. Então, a gente provou que esse produto ele pode ser aplicado como biofertilizante e, com isso, diminuir também os fertilizantes químicos. Tá? Então, todos esses testes estão sendo validados, né? A gente viu que ele melhora também a raiz, certo? Ele tem uma grande melhora da raiz, e a gente está no passo para testar esse produto também no campo. Então, a gente testou em casa de vegetação, e a gente tem alguns parceiros que estão testando esse produto no campo, desde parceiros pequenos a parceiros grandes, né? Aqui, no caso, é uma parceria que está testando esse produto em gergelim. Então, aqui foi esse gergelim com fertilização química e o gergelim com fertilização biológica, né? Então, é um biofertilizante, bioestimulante, que melhora o crescimento das plantas, das raízes e também das próprias cápsulas produtoras do gergelim. Então, quando você conta a quantidade das sementes, é muito maior com esse biofertilizante. Tá? Então, a gente tem parceiros, né, no campo, a gente já testa com cheiro verde, tem uma grande aceitação, pimenta, e agora a gente tem um parceiro maior, que já está testando uma área de mais de 10 hectares, começou testando 10 hectares com banana, tá? No interior do Ceará. Então, com isso, a gente está difundindo essa tecnologia. Se alguém quiser saber... esse é um vídeo, mas... Se alguém quiser saber mais, né, essas são as fundadoras da startup. A Bela, ela tem doutorado em biotecnologia, ela que é a sócia administradora da empresa, porque eu sou professora, eu não posso ser administradora. Eu e a professora Vânia, que somos professoras da UFC, da Universidade Federal do Ceará, e a Cris, que ela é doutora em engenharia química. Certo? Esse é um pouco mais sobre a nossa empresa, a Biotech for Life. Não vou passar esse vídeo, mas quem quiser, tiver curiosidade para conhecer, pode entrar em contato com a gente. Vou tirar. Tá? Esse é o meu contato, fica à disposição. Esse foi um estudo de caso e quem tiver mais dúvida, a gente conversa mais sobre isso.
Muito obrigada por ter apresentado esse projeto à empresa interessante com essa proposta e gostaria de chamar agora para o palco a Maria Amélia Henriques para a segunda palestra. Ela é professora e pesquisadora da UFPA e docente do Programa de Pós-Graduação em Direito e Desenvolvimento da Amazônia, da Faculdade de Economia. Ela também era diretora de Acordos Internacionais e Assuntos Estratégicos da Pró-Reitoria de Relações Internacionais, PROINTER, da UFPA, e, nesse contexto, também viabilizou muitas cooperações com a Alemanha. Bom,
obrigada, Kátia. Obrigada. Boa tarde a todos. Eu gostaria de agradecer imensamente os organizadores pelo convite. Não sou alumni, mas eu trabalhei muito em cooperação. A Alemanha é uma parceira internacional importante para a Universidade Federal do Pará. Muitos programas de pós-graduação foram criados e hoje tem uma parceria muito importante, principalmente na parte da engenharia, também na parte das línguas, né, na parte da biologia. E a gente teve a oportunidade também de conhecer algumas experiências lá na Alemanha. Bom, o tema que eu vou falar um pouco... acho que é bom falar por último, porque tudo já foi um pouco dito, né, e dá para passar um pouco rápido, porque o tempo é curto. Um pouco dessa polissemia do termo bioeconomia, como é que ele aparece no contexto internacional, principalmente no contexto da União Europeia. Pela primeira vez ele aparece aí no começo dos anos 2000 na OCDE, depois pela União Europeia, e ele só vai... ele penetra no Brasil com essa perspectiva da União Europeia, uma perspectiva muito mais biotecnológica, baseada no biorrecursos, e muito menos nessa perspectiva que Kátia colocou agora, que é recente, do mapa de 2019 e da estratégia de bioeconomia que foi do ano passado, aonde se fala pela primeira vez na sociobiodiversidade. Então, eu vou tentar mostrar um pouco dessa disputa dos termos, né? Como é que isso se reflete nas políticas e que também esses termos eles acabam, de alguma forma, refletindo contextos políticos, econômicos, sociais específicos. E quando a gente vai, na véspera de uma COP, que a bioeconomia vai ser tão falada, e aí a gente vai ter uma Babel de bioeconomia. A gente vai ter povos tradicionais aí que têm uma perspectiva de bioeconomia, você vai ter agentes internacionais que vão ter outra perspectiva de economia. Então, o que faz sentido pensar na bioeconomia para a Amazônia e não longe também para as regiões aqui do Nordeste, que tem a ver com populações tradicionais. Não está. É para baixo. Ok, então tá. Então, vou correr um pouco nessa parte do... Eu tentei fazer um apanhado, né, como é que a bioeconomia aparece como uma alternativa a essa economia de baixo carbono, um pouco desse contexto internacional que ela aparece, como é que ela perpassa nas políticas públicas e algumas perspectivas para a Amazônia. Não, nem para baixo, nem para cima. Eu até tenho um aí. Então, deixa eu ir passando aqui, Kátia. né? Aqui, só para ter uma ideia, né, da população mundial, e esse é disso que nós estamos falando, né? Se a gente olha ali, essa evolução da população mundial, e que muitos chamam da grande aceleração a partir desse aumento de demanda, de produção, de consumo, e ela tem escalado. Se vocês verem para a década de 90, para o começo dos anos 2000, foi 1 bilhão de pessoas no mundo. O mundo cresce em termos populacionais o equivalente a uma Alemanha por ano, né, em termos de 75 milhões de pessoas, e nós vamos continuar crescendo pelo menos até 2050, quando nós vamos atingir 10 bilhões de pessoas. Então, não é pouca gente. Então, na verdade, pensar na mudança da base econômica, dessa base insustentável, é uma questão de sobrevivência da espécie humana, eu diria, né? E não só em termos de quantidade, mas também como essa população está distribuída entre países de alta renda, países de média renda, países de baixa renda. A gente vê que, embora os países de alta renda eles representem aí 17% da população mundial, mas eles têm uma renda que é 30 vezes maior aos países de baixa renda e 4 vezes maior aos países de renda média. Então, a gente está vendo uma convergência também do crescimento desses países de renda média, que significa também um impacto no consumo, já que esse consumo tenta mimetizar o consumo de alta renda, né? Então, também a mudança no padrão de consumo é muito relevante e necessária. E junto, né, que muitos chamam a era do antropoceno, a era que o ser humano ele acaba interferindo não só nas variáveis socioeconômicas, mas nas variáveis ecológicas. A gente vê que a tendência de população, de PIB, da população urbana, do uso de energia, de água, etc., ela também afeta os outros sistemas ecológicos da Terra, aí as emissões, emissão de metano, perda das florestas, acidificação dos oceanos, etc. Para o Instituto Estocolmo de Resiliência, isso quando ele lançou, em 2009, as fronteiras planetárias, a avaliação deles, o processo produtivo tinha avançado 3 dessas 9 fronteiras planetárias, né? Esse espaço verde aqui seria o espaço operacional seguro. Nós já tínhamos extrapolado aí no que diz respeito à mudança climática, a perda de biodiversidade, a questão dos oceanos. No ano passado, ou nesse ano, se eu não me engano, eles já apresentaram 2023, que nós já extrapolamos 7 dessas fronteiras, né? A aceleração, realmente, o avanço acelerado é impressionante. Para a pegada ecológica, hoje já consumimos 1,75 planetas, né? Nós precisaríamos de mais na previsão aí para 2050, que mantido esse padrão de consumo, esse padrão da economia business as usual, nós precisaríamos de 3 planetas. Então, o desafio é como a gente volta para vivendo nos nossos limites planetários, né? Porque nós só temos até então esse planeta. E, além disso, esse padrão de consumo é muito desigual. Quando a gente vê, por exemplo, dentro desse conceito da pegada ecológica, a conceito do déficit ecológico, né? A pegada ecológica per capita aqui dos Estados Unidos, a biocapacidade é 3,7 hectare, né, por habitante. A pegada ecológica é 7,5, ele teria um déficit de quase 4 hectares, né? Aqui a China, ela é um pouco menos per capita, mas se a gente vê em termos absolutos é muito grande. O Brasil ainda tem um superávit, mas se vocês observarem, a biocapacidade brasileira vai se reduzindo aqui ao longo do tempo. Aqui a gente viu da Alemanha, interessante, que também é um processo interessante de redução da pegada ecológica. Eu acho que é um esforço interessante. A gente vê isso para muitos países da União Europeia. Aqui, em termos absolutos, né, o Brasil ainda tendo um superávit em termos de diferença entre biocapacidade e a pegada ecológica, mas a gente vê assim, a China escalando muito e aquele mesmo comportamento em termos absolutos da Alemanha realmente em queda. Aqui é a produção primária, aonde é que está essa biomassa, né? A gente vê muito aqui na América Latina, na África, e quem consome esses recursos, eles estão aqui no norte global. Em síntese, né, a população mundial ela cresce, ela precisa de se alimentar, de habitar, de se movimentar, de transporte, tudo isso é material intensivo, isso impacta a natureza, isso aumenta a pegada ecológica, isso diminui a biocapacidade, isso extrapola fronteiras planetárias. E acelera aí já a mudança do antropoceno. A proposta de desacoplamento, que a União Europeia tem utilizado muito, a gente vê que só a mudança de base tecnológica não é suficiente para avançar nessa mudança de base econômica. Então, é preciso pensar em estratégias diferentes, e é nesse contexto, né, que surge a bioeconomia como uma ferramenta, como um instrumento, pensando, né, como é que a gente pode avançar para substituir, principalmente a economia baseada no carbono, mas pensar em formas mais sustentáveis de base econômica. E, nesse contexto, a Amazônia, pela sua relevância em termos de dimensão espacial, de ativos ainda preservados, ela tem um papel estratégico nesse contexto, né? Mas aí, qual é a bioeconomia que interessa para a Amazônia? Como é que essa bioeconomia aparece, né? Ela é importante, segundo a Organização das Nações Unidas, 40% da economia mundial se baseia, direto ou indiretamente, são alimentos, são combustíveis, são biomassa, são fibras, são base para uma produção industrial, um leque muito grande de possibilidades de produtos. E aqui um pouco essa evolução no tempo, né? Ela aparece pela primeira vez em termos de política pública na agenda da OCDE, uma agenda da política pública para 2030. Esse documento também estimulou a União Europeia a apresentar a sua proposta de bioeconomia baseado numa estratégia sustentável. Ela entra no Brasil em 2013 através da CNI, num documento de uma agenda para o Brasil, que ela vai absorver muito dessa ideia que vem pela União Europeia, muito baseada na biotecnologia e nos biorrecursos. O plano de ciência e tecnologia, ele reflete isso, e o BNDES também coloca essas questões, inclusive colocando números, né? Qual seria essa bioeconomia, que números são esses. Então, essa perspectiva que nasce no norte global, digamos assim, ele entra na Europa e ele entra no Brasil dentro dessa perspectiva de biotecnologia e de biorrecursos. Inclusive, esse trabalho da CNI é bem interessante, que ele mostra esse trade-off entre o valor agregado e o volume, né? Ou a parte da biomassa para combustíveis, você tem um volume muito grande, mas um valor agregado menor. E à medida que você vai avançando na agregação de valor, você vai ter um volume menor e um valor agregado maior. Não vou falar aí do mapa, que a Kátia já disse, né? Pela primeira vez, então, surge um sentido novo, que é a bioeconomia da sociobiodiversidade, que deveria ser essa que vem dos povos tradicionais, das comunidades, dos pequenos produtores. Mas aí a questão, como é que ela dialoga com essa biotecnologia e a bioeconomia dos biorrecursos dentro de uma política pública, né? A gente vê, assim, em síntese, porque o tempo sempre é curto, uma tentativa de unificar, tanto na estratégia do G20 quanto na estratégia nacional para a bioeconomia, mas a gente percebe que faltam realmente conteúdos concretos, né? Essa estratégia nacional da bioeconomia, que a Kátia mencionou, o G20, que a Kátia também mencionou. Muitos grupos têm discutido a Amazônia, destacado a importância da bioeconomia. Quando a gente vai ver o que é que tem de prático na Amazônia, o Estado do Amazonas já começou, desde o começo deste século, com o CBA, que era o Centro de Biotecnologia da Amazônia, que depois passou a ser Centro de Bionegócios da Amazônia, e que muitos criticaram ali no começo, que era um elefante branco, que não tinha entregue aquilo que ele se propôs a produzir. Não sei como é que seria interessante acompanhar, eu acho que até como estratégia de pesquisa, essa curva de aprendizado lá do Amazonas, para entender realmente essa institucionalidade e a dificuldade de você gerar uma bioeconomia amazônica, baseada muito também na biotecnologia, aqui nesse caso. O Amapá não tem plano, está copiando o Pará. O Acre não tem plano. O estado do Pará é o estado que entrou aí na vanguarda, criando o Plan Bio, em diferentes estratégias. Tem um instrumento de monitoramento que está linkado com o PPA, com plano plurianual. E também Belém, por conta de estar recebendo, né, a questão da COP, criaram um distrito de bioeconomia e inovação que também tem suas questões, né? Baseado nessa questão global, do norte global, do sul global, a gente também tem uma divisão interna do Brasil. Esse quadro aqui é muito interessante, é um documento do IPEA. Aqui, no eixo vertical, ele mostra o Índice de Desenvolvimento Sustentável das Cidades. O Instituto de Desenvolvimento das Cidades, ele classificou os 17 ODS e as cidades que têm os ODS mais de 5.570 municípios. A gente vê que os ODS altos, eles estão no sul, sudeste, centro-oeste, sul e sudeste do Brasil, que tem o IDS baixo, norte e nordeste. E aqui que tem renda baixa e que tem renda alta. Quem tem renda baixa e IDS alto, um esforço muito grande com renda baixa é você crescer os ODS. E aqui é o pior cenário, né? Norte e Nordeste. IDS baixo e renda baixa, né? Então, nesse contexto, e quando a gente observa isso ao longo do tempo, que é só uma década, a gente vê essa inércia nesse modelo brasileiro. Eu já peguei isso há 70 anos atrás, a gente vê que a relação norte e sul do Brasil, que é o inverso do norte e sul global, ela se mantém, essa desigualdade quase que crônica, né, estrutural no Brasil. Então, ao mesmo tempo, agora quando a gente fala para a Amazônia, embora em 40 anos, quase 40 anos, perdemos 14% das florestas, mas é onde nós temos 78% de áreas ainda florestadas, né? É nesse cenário de baixo desenvolvimento, de baixa renda, que você tem esse ativo que você precisa pensar numa bioeconomia sustentável. Quando a gente vai ver os indicadores, por exemplo, pegando nos estados amazônicos, o que eles exportam em termos de macroeconomia, como é que essa bioeconomia se reflete nos estados amazônicos? A gente vê que se reflete muito, eu peguei aqui que seria os produtos do agro, que é baseado no biorrecursos, muito com a questão da soja, do milho, dos biocombustíveis. Aqui, Mato Grosso, com 98% do que eles exportam vem do biorrecurso, e um pouco dessa parte da biosocioeconomia aparece um pouquinho no Acre, se a gente pegar em termos agregados, enquanto essa biomassa do biorrecurso, que também ele se baseia no uso extensivo do território, ele representa 60% do que a Amazônia exporta de produtos, e o da sociobiodiversidade é 0,21. Podemos dizer, os produtos da biodiversidade são para consumo interno e pouco e menos para exportação, mas deveria se refletir de alguma forma, né? Importante destacar aqui, vou entrar um pouquinho na economia, eu sei que eu já estou no meu limite aqui, mas vou pedir aqui 5 minutinhos para fechar. Quando a gente, pegando a falha do próximo palestrante, quando a gente vê, por exemplo, a diferença entre commodity, que são os produtos baseados nos biorrecursos, diferente dos produtos que podem ter uma inovação baseada no produto da sociobiodiversidade, a gente vê que o preço é dado. Você tem o preço do minério de ferro, o preço da soja, o preço do milho. Então, se o produtor quiser um ganho, ele vai ter que apertar o custo de produção. E, normalmente, o custo de produção é salário e usar mais tecnologia. Então, você vai usar mais tecnologia, menos mão de obra, menos inclusão, para poder ter maior ganho, porque o preço é dado no mercado. Eu não estou inovando, né? Isso é o caso aí, a gente pode ver o cacau, em amêndoa, a soja e outros produtos, eu não vou entrar em detalhe de preço. Esse é aquele cenário do produto da biotecnologia e dos biorrecursos. quando a gente vai ver qual a importância da inclusão, de quantas pessoas estão nessa atividade, eu fiz aqui um cálculo pegando número de pessoas que trabalham na agricultura familiar, pegando os dados do CAD único. Na Amazônia, quase 1.200.000 pessoas trabalham, né, nessa área registrada. Quando a gente vai ver o número de pessoas que trabalham no agro, pegando os dados da CAGED, em relação à população empregada, são 300.000 pessoas. Então, há uma média de 4 trabalhadores na sociobiodiversidade para 1 trabalhador no agro. Então, ele é muito mais inclusivo, né, do que ele tem um duplo dividendo. Ele tem um duplo dividendo de precisar dos ecossistemas preservados, porque ele é a base da produção, e ele é muito mais inclusivo, né, os produtos da sociobiodiversidade. E aí a gente tem muitas oportunidades perdidas. Eu vou entrar já na parte final, dizendo das possibilidades de cooperação. Quando a gente pega um produto que não é commodity, você pode ampliar essa base de valor adicionado a partir de inovação, como foi o caso que a Denise colocou, pegando um produto, inovando e criando um valor novo, né, que vai ter um valor muito superior, né? Quando a gente pega, por exemplo, a amêndoa de cacau, que hoje representa apenas 8% da cadeia produtiva. Se você pega a Amazônia, é uma grande produtora de cacau, aqui na região Nordeste também, mas a grande parte do valor adicionado do cacau, 90%, ou está no serviço ou está na chocolateria, né? Então, a região, na verdade, fica só com 8%. Então, você tem que avançar para outros produtos. O açaí, que é um sucesso lá na Amazônia, né? O açaí, se você trabalhar o óleo essencial do açaí, ele vai crescer, muitas vezes, em outros produtos, usando ciência, tecnologia e inovação. Então, essa é a diferença aí de estratégia de custo entre uma commodity, baseada aí no biorrecurso, e a questão do produto da sociobiodiversidade. Aquilo que eu falei, o produto da biodiversidade, ele é inclusivo, mas ele tem problemas com a escala de produção, com a regularidade, com a qualidade, com a rastreabilidade. Então, qual é a solução para isso? Inovar no território, inovar, e aí entra a parceria, o triângulo mágico, aí, né, os parceiros, governo, empresa, sociedade, academia, e eu diria que a cooperação internacional ela perpassa por todas essas áreas, o governo com instrumentos de política pública, infraestrutura, fundos, suporte internacional. As empresas são importantes, porque elas trazem o planejamento estratégico, trazem demandas, trazem melhores práticas, colaboração e governança, e a academia com a tecnologia, com a qualificação e com o desenvolvimento humano, que é o grande desafio para o avanço dessa base econômica alternativa, que é o que interessa para a Amazônia. Então, quando a gente fala da bioeconomia, da sociobiodiversidade para a Amazônia, o foco tem que estar no cidadão que vive e não somente no mercado global. Ele tem que ver aquilo que a Moira apresentou ontem, da mandala de produção que segue o ciclo ecológico, né? Você tem a safra, então você não adianta pensar num aprofundamento da escala produtiva como você pensa commodity, mas pensar nessa cesta de produtos durante todo o período, respeitando o ciclo ecológico. E inovação, ela é necessária para todos, para aumentar a agregação de valor, para aumentar a qualificação, para aumentar possibilidade de produtividade e inserção mais competitiva no mercado. E é isso aí, a minha palavra final para a cooperação. Muito obrigada, desculpe ter extrapolado o tempo.
Muito obrigada, Maria Amélia. E agora eu gostaria de chamar aqui para o palco o nosso terceiro palestrante, que é o Oriel Herrera Bonilla, que é professor associado da Universidade Estadual do Ceará e coordena o Laboratório de Ecologia da instituição. Possui doutorado em Ciências Naturais, Ecologia, na Alemanha pela Bielefeld-Universität e pós-doutorado em Engenharia Agrícola pela Universidade Federal do Ceará. É membro do corpo docente do mestrado acadêmico em Ciências Naturais e tem experiências na área de Ecologia da Restauração e Conservacionismo, com ênfase em ecossistemas. Desenvolve pesquisas relacionadas com bioinovação e fitorremediação. Seja muito bem-vindo e a palavra é sua.
Muito obrigado. Obrigado aos presentes aqui, pelo convite também que me foi feito. Na verdade, para mim foi uma surpresa. Eu me ofereci para participar, mas de repente estava como palestrante. Digo, tudo bem? Digo, acordei, mas aceitei, né, o convite porque acho interessante esse tipo de encontros, onde podemos, né, compartilhar um pouco do que nós fazemos, o que os colegas fazem. E o DAAD sempre foi um excelente parceiro. Eu sou aluno, ex-aluno, aluno do DAAD, né? Mais de 30 anos. Eu fiz doutorado pleno lá na Alemanha, né? E na Universidade de Bielefeld, me formei lá. Passei mais ou menos 5 anos fazendo os estudos lá. E a experiência foi muito boa, por isso que o DAAD tem um profundo apreço por tudo que faz, né? E aqui estamos para compartilhar um pouco, que eu não sabia por onde, que caminho tomar, né? Porque quando falam de bioeconomia, aí eu fiquei pensando o que eu vou falar, o que eu vou dizer. Tantas coisas que se podem tratar com esse assunto, que eu fiquei assim, ainda perguntei, né, qual a temática que os palestrantes iam mais ou menos tomar o caminho, né? E fiquei nesse pensamento, né? O que falar em 15 minutos, certo? Mas aí, um pouco de... minha história foi essa aí, né? Eu nasci no Panamá, estou aqui no Brasil, mais de 25 anos, por uma questão assim de interesse profissional. Por quê? Pode passar próximo, por favor? Assim, quando estava na Alemanha, o doutorado que eu fazia era em Ciências Naturais, na parte de Ecologia e Restauração. Na época, nós tínhamos um convênio, a Universidade, né, tinha um convênio, o professor lá do departamento, com problemas relacionados com o Lago Aral. Esse lago foi um dos problemas ecológicos mais assim, assustadores que aconteceu. Dessa região todinha ali se salinizou, só num deserto, sal. As pessoas ficavam cegas por causa do spray salino, as pessoas tiveram que ser mudadas de ali e o local todo esse lago ficou convertido em sal. Aí a Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft foi ela que mais ou menos aportou recursos para as pesquisas lá, né? Eu participei com meu orientador nessa época para ver o que podia ser feito, inclusive com outros países como Paquistão, Egito, Israel, Tunísia, Estados Unidos, própria Alemanha, obviamente, tentando ver uma força-tarefa para revertir a questão ali. Se investiu e se tem investido muito dinheiro para revertir o assunto ali ambiental. Uma área irrigada, muito produtiva, mas em um abrir e fechar de olho, estragou. Então, foi assim uma coisa assim, que é uma vista satélite, dá aquela mancha salgada desde o espaço. Aí eu comecei a interessar porque acompanhava as excursões do orientador para Egito, para Arábia, Paquistão, Tunísia, Israel, né, para acompanhar mais ou menos trabalhos parecidos desse tipo. Eu fui me engajando nesse ambiente, me interessando. Eu nasci no Panamá. E saí daqui do Brasil para a Alemanha. Fazer o que? Digo, lá só temos floresta amazônica, floresta tropical. Aqui nós não temos esse tipo de vegetação, desse ambiente. Fazer o quê? Bom, termino o doutorado, aí eu comecei... Próximo, por favor, me ajuda aí. Estou falando aqui. Assim, vim para o Brasil, cheguei pelo Recife, aí eu vim para o Ceará depois. Por quê? Porque aqui no Ceará já se sabe que tem um foco de desertificação, certo? Conhecido, certo? Acho que o próximo... Aí vem, ali nesse como é que... A luzinha aqui, qual é? A luzinha aqui, o laser. A estelinha, né? Pronto. Bota anterior, por favor, esse mesmo. Você vemos aqui, gente, mas uma das tantas coisas que aparecem sobre a questão da mudança climática, né? Como o planeta está ficando cada vez mais quente. Inclusive, esse tema já esgotado, não esgotado, não, contínuo, que se fala em todos os meios de comunicação, que o clima está mudando, que aumentou muito a temperatura. Disso se fala em todo lugar. Agora a COP30 vai falar dessas coisas aí, né? E aqui nós temos né, mais um perfil do que está acontecendo, né, ao longo dos tempos com a temperatura e o clima planetário. Aqui temos, então, o nosso Nordeste, praticamente o Nordeste todo, vemos assim em vermelho, já se mostrou antes, né? Uma região altamente quente, que está caminhando, temos um clima semiárido, e é provável que partamos posteriormente para o clima árido. Já há muitas evidências de que isso está acontecendo assim, desse jeito. Tanto que, por exemplo, aqui o Nordeste, a região da Caatinga, aqui todo mundo conhece, né, clima árido, seco, esturricado, calor. Tudo bem, mas esse clima é assim há mais de 160 milhões de anos. Não mudou muito. Contudo, as pessoas não sabem conviver e viver com esse ambiente. Não sabemos ainda conviver com isso. E, próximo, por favor, o próximo, né? As áreas que começam a aparecer de certificação, temos aqui no Ceará, temos aqui no Rio Grande do Norte, aqui em Pernambuco, Tocantins, por aqui em Piauí, certo? Começam a aparecer esses focos que já está crescendo cada vez mais e mais e mais. Com as mudanças climáticas, já se fala, né, que o bioma Caatinga, ele vai absorver o cerrado. Por quê? Porque a temperatura aumenta, a chuva escasseia. A Caatinga é um bioma, digamos assim, por natureza, habituado a esses cambios, então vai expandir sua área, sua área geográfica de ocupação. Então, o problema é que, para mim, eu vim para aqui justamente por causa dessa questão, certo? De o que fazer, como ajudar essa parte ali, similar ao que fazíamos lá na Alemanha, já que meu betreuer lá, ele me dizia, não, quando você voltar, você pode fazer lá. Eu digo, eu vou para o Panamá, lá é floresta tropical. Estou vendo isso aqui deu certo, vou ir para o Brasil. E aqui estou, tentando ajudar um pouco com o que faço, né? Próximo. Então, assim, o desafio, próximo slide. Sim. Bom, o desafio, quando fala de bioeconomia, né? Gente, já se falou ontem, se falou hoje, as colegas que me antecederam falaram muito bem da bioeconomia, né? Uma expressão que eu sempre digo, né? Uma palavra praticamente nova. Você vê que biologia, né? Bio, o prefixo bio, ele apareceu de um tempo para cá em muitas palavras novas, acunhadas, onde já sabemos que quando uno fala de bioeconomia, temos que ter uma cooperação, mútua cooperação, e fazer muitas parcerias para que as coisas andem. E já se falou aqui, por exemplo, dos múltiplos projetos que tem, das parcerias, da cooperação que existe para botar para frente e a funcionar esta economia verde, economia circular, sociobiodiversidade, bioeconomia, né? Todas essas palavras novas que têm a ver com a palavra mágica sustentabilidade. Tá? Eu digo assim uma palavra mágica por quê? Porque quando se fala de sustentabilidade, quando surgiu pela primeira vez esse vocábulo, em muitas definições aparece ali, né? O que é sustentabilidade? Que eu falo para os meus alunos, né? O que vocês ouvem, o que vocês entendem por sustentabilidade? O mundo fica pensando na expressão. O que significa isso? Muitos ficam voando. Digo, gente, vamos no conceito. Pesquisa ali na internet, logo no celular, o que é sustentabilidade. Vai lá buscar. Não é nada mais que utilizar recursos naturais de uma maneira equilibrada, certo? Com conhecimento, a fim de utilizar esses recursos da maneira mais eficiente possível, a fim de garantir que as gerações futuras, seus netos, seus tataranetos, usufruam esses recursos tanto quanto ou melhor que você. Sustentabilidade, né? Se os netos, tataranetos, as gerações futuras poderão usufruir, obter benefícios, os mesmos benefícios ou melhores ainda do que você. Você tem que garantir que esse recurso não se acabe. Por isso que é uma palavra mágica, né? Quando fala sustentabilidade. Aí vem uma série de arestas que aparecem, né? E cooperação e parceria é muito importante nesse viés aí que já se falou. Vi os exemplos muito bonitos, né? Que deve ser feito dessa maneira. Próximo, por favor. Então, quando falamos de bioeconomia, né? Esse prefixo da bio, né? Bioeconomia, biotecnologia, biodiversidade, biocibernética, resiliência, impactos ambientais, sustentabilidade. Essa economia de baixo, já estou terminando, baixo CO2, né? Que é muito importante. Então, a sustentabilidade, como dizia, né, parece ser a palavra mágica na qual todo mundo se preocupa, se discute, se fala. Me lembrei aqui da Denise, né? Falou do camarão. O Brasil exporta, não tem aqui, 2,63 bilhões de reais em dólares, né? Reais, só com camarão. E aí o que acontece? Aqui existe um estudo que o camarão praticamente desmata as áreas litorâneas de Carnaúbas aqui no Nordeste para vender camarão e exportar. Perfeito. Mas o estudo mostra aí que é melhor deixar o manguezal em pé do que criar camarão. Por quê? Porque diz que ele dá 10 a 20 vezes mais dinheiro estando em pé do que a própria cultura de camarão. Nada contra a carcinocultura, nem o camarão, que eu gosto do camarão no prato, todo mundo gosta. Mas o que você está fazendo é excelente, né? Uma economia circular praticamente, você dá uma utilidade perfeita. Mas quando falamos de sustentabilidade, falamos de os serviços socioambientais, ou chamados serviços socioecossistêmicos. O que é isso? São esses serviços, no caso, o exemplo do manguezal, que ele oferece esses serviços gratuitos à sociedade como um todo, em questões de quê? De regulação climática, de hábitat, produção e informação. Isso tem várias coisas ali a falar ainda, mas são serviços que, se quantificamos esses, os economistas estão lutando, estão querendo ver como taxam, como cobrar, talvez os governos cobrar taxas, impostos, a sociedade por respirar ar bom, certo? Ter uma temperatura amena na cidade. Isso não se paga ainda. Isso são serviços que os ecossistemas, a Amazônia, por exemplo, que a professora falou aqui também, né? Os serviços que a floresta amazônica presta ao mundo, por exemplo, fazer que chova no sul, que ostenta a riqueza do país. A floresta amazônica aporta, digamos assim, as chuvas, os chamados rios aéreos, que faz chover no sul, para que haya produção, bastante produção. Certo? Então, essas são coisas que têm que ser quantificadas, valoradas. E quando falamos de sustentabilidade, onde ficam essas coisas? Ainda. Na economia, na bioeconomia, tem um trabalho árduo, hercúleo, para trabalhar nessa linha aí, nessas questões. Certo? Que nos preocupam a todos. E falamos de mudanças climáticas, sim, tudo bem. Né? Falamos de resiliência, sim, a capacidade de ser regular sozinho. Um ecossistema, um ambiente, se equilibrar sozinho. Essa palavra se usa até nos seres humanos, né? A pessoa, fulano tal, é resiliente. Como resiliente? Que ele aguenta trancos e barrancos e se recupera, né? Como dizem aqui no Ceará, né? Aguanta, se recupera e vai à frente. Então, assim, gente, são coisas assim para pensar. Quando falamos em bioeconomia, em sustentabilidade, estas coisas são necessárias, inclusive as parcerias com os países vizinhos, fazer países. Nós temos um convênio agora com a UFC, o INST aqui do Brasil, com um financiamento de uns 10 milhões para trabalhar com as zonas áridas e semiáridas aqui no Nordeste, justamente para ver como podemos ajudar nesse aspecto. Então, o que se fala, por exemplo, só o próximo slide. Já está meu tempo acabado, né? Então, se luta, se trabalha para tentar frear todos esses problemas ambientais que queremos uma sociedade sustentável. Mas será que podemos continuar vivendo na situação que estamos vivendo? Já se fala que não, que vamos ter que adaptar Então, adaptação. Temos que adaptar-nos a um clima mutante, adaptar-nos ao calor, adaptar-nos à falta de água, adaptar-nos a essas coisas que nos estão causando um mal-estar. E aí volta a sustentabilidade não vai ficar. Temos que ir calcular, elaborar modelos matemáticos para a gente se projetar daqui ao ano 2050, quando a temperatura talvez aumente para 2, 3 graus, o mar, que está aumentando o nível do mar, que é uma coisa evidente, vai para 25 centímetros, e onde vão ficar as grandes cidades aqui do Brasil? Onde vamos parar? Então, adaptação. Adaptar-nos a essas coisas vai ser necessário. Próximo, último, parece que. Adaptação como este tipo de coisas, né? Aqui no Nordeste, o que fazer? Está faltando comida, os animais vão ter que se adaptar a buscar comida, certo? Próximo. Nós, aqui na região semiárida, temos exemplos, né, de plantas, que eu trabalho com bioprospecção também de plantas, né? Muito potencial de plantas que podem ser usadas como aliados contra esses problemas ambientais que estavam falando. Por quê? Porque as plantas aqui apresentam grande capacidade adaptativa, são tolerantes à escassez hídrica e a temperaturas elevadas. Nós temos esse banco de germoplasma aqui presente para explorar, para pesquisar, aliadas contra esses efeitos da alta temperatura, e o genoma dessas plantas precisa ser ainda estudado para obter benefícios, melhoras. E, então, assim, promover um desenvolvimento melhor, já direcionado para cada ambiente em que vivemos. Então, gente, é necessário, sim, repensar, ver como fazemos, pensar em projeções futuras com aliados, com parceiros, com cooperação. E penso que aqui o DAAD já faz um bom papel, né? Ajudando na parceria de preparar profissionais nessa área que nos podem ajudar aqui nos lugares onde estamos precisando com maior urgência. Muito obrigado a vocês, gente, pela paciência.
Muito obrigada, Auriel. Bom, já pode ficar aqui. Gostaria também de chamar as outras duas palestrantes para cá, para abrir o debate. Eu, pessoalmente, achei muito interessante de partir de um estudo de caso aqui do Ceará, da perspectiva regional, para a perspectiva mais global, internacional, e também falando, como foi o caso da Maria Amélia e também do Auriel, das cooperações e qual o potencial, quais são os desafios. Bom, aqui, a plateia, o público, tem perguntas concretas para iniciar esse debate?
Boa tarde. A pergunta é para... Perdão, o seu nome da startup? Denise. Era mais para entender qual que é o momento que está a sua startup, porque eu percebo que é um projeto que já vem desde da sua pesquisa de doutorado, né? Então, você desenvolveu a fundo mesmo a pesquisa, já teve aí alguns suportes de financiamento, Embrapa. Eu queria entender qual que é o momento da sua empresa hoje e se você tem realmente a pretensão de dar procedimento nisso, de buscar investimentos, de fato, alavancar a sua startup. Você falou que participou de um programa de aceleração e tudo. Queria entender como é que está o estágio dela hoje.
Obrigada pela pergunta. Então, a empresa foi criada em 2020 e a gente iniciou já com a tecnologia. A gente, quando fala em tecnologia, a gente fala muito em TRL, que é o nível de maturidade tecnológica. Então, a gente iniciou com a tecnologia ainda em escala de bancada, de laboratório, em pesquisa, então TRL 4, 3, 4, e com a criação da startup a gente foi evoluindo. Agora a gente já está num nível de maturidade tecnológica entre 8 e 9, ou seja, esse produto já está até o final do ano, a gente vai finalizar o registro desse produto no mapa e ele já vai estar pronto para o mercado. Então, a gente já escalonou a produção, consegue processar, criou uma planta de produção para processar pelo menos 400 quilos de camarão por semana. Então, a gente está nessa fase. A questão de investimentos, a gente está indo um passo de cada vez. A gente está viabilizando isso, e isso foi graças a recursos, né, públicos, né, desde a universidade, com investimento na pesquisa, até esse passo agora também recursos públicos de apoiar, né, essa questão do empreendedorismo. A própria UFC ela tem iniciativas para apoiar o empreendedorismo na UFC, para que essa pesquisa de bancada ela saia para chegar até um consumidor final. Então, a gente recebeu apoio também da UFC já nessa etapa de startup. A UFC, a empresa ela fica no parque tecnológico, né, numa incubadora de empresas, dentro do campus do PC. Então, a gente tem um programa Empreende da UFC, que paga bolsa para o pessoal estagiar na empresa. Então, estamos nessa etapa. Com relação a investidores, já recebemos propostas, a gente vem conversando. Tudo em parceria com a UFC Inova. Tá? A UFC Inova ela é uma parceira nesse processo, a UFC é um parceiro.
Sobre o projeto da Tilápia, tá? Eu vi que vocês conseguiram financiamento Centelha, que foi 2020. Eu fiquei até curioso, porque abriu o edital agora. Eu faço até uma parte de um grupo de pesquisa. Eu queria, se você pudesse falar um pouquinho, um overview, como foi a experiência, a burocracia. Até porque a gente está com algumas ideias de submeter no Centelha, tá? Aí queria só, se você pudesse falar um pouquinho como é que foi a experiência desse projeto. Se foi fácil, foi difícil, foi burocrático, foi muito concorrido, só esse aspecto, beleza?
Foi bastante concorrido. A gente concorreu com a primeira chamada do Centelha. Então, 2020, ainda na pandemia, foi a primeira chamada do Centelha, né? E a gente ficou realmente em primeiro lugar no Ceará. A gente recebeu o primeiro lugar. Se precisar de ajuda, fica à vontade, pode mandar e-mail. A gente passa um pouquinho da nossa experiência. E o Centelha, ele exige, né, que você crie o CNPJ. Então, você tem um projeto, não precisa ter o CNPJ, mas você, ao final do recurso, que você vai usar esse recurso, ao final o Centelha exige que você crie um CNPJ, tá? Até para receber esse recurso. Tá?
Eu posso complementar aqui? A questão do CNPJ também implica ônus, né? Custos. Esse assim é a transição crítica, né, entre ter uma ideia, sair, tentar escalar, mas aí você já começa a virar um PJ e tem custo. Como é que vocês lidaram com essa transição aí, né? Porque encontraram algum
esse é
empresário anjo, coisa parecida?
Não. Esse é a grande dificuldade, né? O grande calo. A partir do momento que você cria um CNPJ, você tem que pagar aluguel, tem que pagar contadora, imposto de renda.
Exatamente.
Então, assim, passa a ter responsabilidades. Então, se você passa a ser responsável pelas pessoas que estão trabalhando, você passa a ter uma responsabilidade que você não tinha, é claro. A startup ela foi incubada nessa incubadora de empresas, e eles têm um processo que facilita que uma empresa que esteja no começo, né, receba um aluguel, pague um aluguel mais barato. Então, nos primeiros anos, em que a gente ainda não tem um retorno financeiro, a empresa ainda tem um baixíssimo retorno. A gente oferece alguns serviços para poder sustentar. Então, o aluguel é bem mais barato. A cada ano, esse aluguel aumenta. Então, é baratíssimo esse primeiro ano de aluguel. Você tem internet, água, luz e paga um preço baixíssimo. Mas a gente já está no 5º ano de aluguel e aí a gente já paga um preço maior. Então, tem alguns facilitadores para isso. Tem alguns facilitadores, mas é uma luta, realmente é uma luta. E a gente abriu na época da pandemia.
Sim.
Então, foi uma luta. Pergunta pro Ariel. Oriel, então, assim, achei muito interessante, aprendi bastante nas duas palestras. E eu concordo com a questão dos serviços, né, ecossistêmicos que a preservação do ambiente traz, que às vezes a gente degrada esse ambiente, achando que está favorecendo a economia e está piorando. Concordo 100%. Mas qual seria a estratégia ou a maneira de resolver isso?
Economistas? Essa é a pergunta. Quem está quebrando a COP30 fala muito disso aí. Qual é a saída? Por isso que quando falamos de por isso que eu sou um pouco assim, não é escéptico, né? Quando falamos de sustentabilidade, né? É bonita a expressão, é bonita a meta. Agora, há muita coisa ali a ser superada, certo? Porque parece que às vezes os interesses, digamos assim, individuais pesam mais do que o coletivo da sociedade, né? O ser humano pensa logo no imediatismo, né? Não pensa tanto na projeção futura. Primeiro eu, segundo eu e terceiro eu, pronto. Então, é uma coisa assim um pouco difícil de responder, porque assim, sabemos que os serviços ecossistêmicos, os ecossistemas como todos, a natureza, né, oferecem tudo isso de graça, nós aproveitamos, fazemos extrativismo, utilizamos, transformamos. Precisamos, sim, de comida, de alimentos, que não gosta de vir um ambiente agradável. Mas ninguém fica pensando no que isso representa custos quando eu degrado. E isso que você está fazendo, eu gosto muito quando falam de economia circular, né? Eu imagino se a economia circular, assim, minha cabeça, né? É tentar fazer tudo o que a natureza faz, o ciclo da natureza, né? Eles são cíclicos, né? São fechados. Eles não geram, digamos, resíduos para o ambiente. Então, nós também temos que vir assim desse jeito, né? Reciclar, utilizar nossos desperdícios de maneira melhor possível, a fim de que não geremos desperdícios, resíduos. Então, com a nossa cabeça do camarão. Interessante isso aí. E eu sei que tem muita coisa a ser feita aí, ainda com isso que vocês estão fazendo aí. E tomara muitos tiveram essas ideias assim, de fazer isso aí. Agora, essa pergunta, a colega professora pode responder, que economista. Eu não sou economista, eu quis dizer isso aí. Eu não sou economista, mas eu sei que o desafio é grande. É grande para achar uma resposta a isso aí. Eu devolvo a pergunta aqui.
Eu acho que a bioeconomia entra nessa esteira, né? Tem várias tentativas. A gente fala de uma transição. Na verdade, as escolhas que a sociedade fez foram infelizes nesse sentido, achando que... Tem um autor que chama-se Kenneth Baldwin. Ele desenvolveu a teoria dele na época que o homem foi à Lua. E ele fazia um paralelo da economia americana, que ele falava da economia do cowboy, aquela economia que você vai utilizando o recurso e vai avançando a fronteira. É uma fronteira ilimitada a ser conquistada e você vai avançando. Então, a mentalidade da civilização foi dessa economia do cowboy. Sempre tem recurso, eu sempre vou avançar na fronteira e vou sempre ter recurso. E ele fazia o paralelo que a nossa vida, dentro dessa ideia de mimetizar a natureza, de ecologia industrial, deveria ser a economia da nave espacial, que você reaproveita tudo, você não tem de onde buscar recurso nem para onde levar o recurso. Então, você tem que reutilizar toda a água, tudo tem que ser reciclado, todo resíduo tem que ser reconsumido. Então, a nossa opção, enquanto civilização, foi essa de que os recursos sempre são infinitos, ilimitados e que o planeta sempre vai ter. E do ponto de vista da economia, ficamos dando os incentivos errados, porque tem outro autor também que eu gosto muito, o Herman Daly, ele usa uma metáfora de um mundo cheio de um mundo vazio. Ele fala que quando a economia foi fundada ali no século XVIII, o mundo era vazio. Então, você não tinha ocupações irregulares, porque tinha pouca gente, muito recurso natural, abundante, a água era livre, o ar era livre, a terra tinha só diferença de renda da mais fértil para menos fértil, mas assim os recursos naturais não significariam um limite para a expansão dessa economia. O que limitava a expansão era você ter capital, dinheiro e ter tecnologia. Então você incentivou esse capital, dando subsídio, dando... Só que no mundo que a gente vive hoje é um mundo cheio, e mais cheio ainda, vamos ter 10 bilhões. Para a pessoa que é 10 bilhões de pessoas num planeta, né, 8 bilhões e 200 milhões de pessoas concentradas em algum lugar, quer dizer, é um mundo muito cheio, e hoje você tem recurso de capital abundante no mundo, capital, tecnologia abundante. O que é escasso é a natureza, mas a gente não mudou o sistema de incentivo. Nós ainda estamos utilizando o sistema de incentivo como se o capital, o dinheiro fosse escasso e a natureza fosse abundante. Então, tem que ressignificar esse sentido de escassez e de abundância para você pensar num modelo diferente, porque, na verdade, se você for valorar a natureza, né, você falou, por exemplo, do mangue, eu fiquei impressionada, se vocês assistiram no Fantástico nesse domingo, a Sônia Bride mostrando as mudanças do mundo, né, as geleiras ali derretendo e tal, mas ela mostrou uma coisa curiosa que eu não tinha ideia, que o mangue cresce. O mangue crescia, pegando até o caso do Rio de Janeiro, crescia acho que 10 centímetros por ano, uma coisa impressionante. Quer dizer, é uma reação da natureza, né, uma coisa interessante ali, Moira, lá para Bragança, verificar isso, essa história do mangue, porque o mangue vem dentro daquela ideia daquele arquiteto até que faleceu aqui no Brasil, das cidades esponja, né? Porque ele tem essa resiliência, ele faz esse papel da questão do mar, quer dizer, a própria natureza tentando se equilibrar, né? Na verdade, os processos humanos é que altera tudo, porque a natureza ela é inteligente, né? Ela é uma coisa viva, né? Então, assim, a opção do ser humano de uma economia do cowboy, provada que é errada, e os incentivos que continuam dando por conta da filosofia que eu chamo de farinha pouca, meu pirão primeiro, né? Primeiro eu, depois eu, terceiro eu. Né? Então, essa visão egocêntrica, né? Ela precisa ser transformada. Eu acho que fóruns como esse, espaços como esse, a COP ela vai trazer essa discussão, e quanto mais a sociedade fala, comenta e reflita sobre as escolhas infelizes da humanidade, você pense num caminho alternativo. Eu acho que iniciativas tem várias, é criar escala, é criar e mudar o sistema de incentivo do ponto de vista da economia, né? Que a gente fala que a parte mais, nós economistas falamos que a parte mais sensível do corpo é o bolso, né? Então, você tem que mexer no bolso para poder mudar o sistema de incentivo.
Gente, eu queria agradecer muito a presença de todos vocês hoje aqui e ontem também, quem esteve presente. Agradecer em nome do DAD, do DVIH principalmente, ex-bolsistas e pesquisadores que podem virar bolsistas ou que vão trazer bolsistas também para a Alemanha, para essa troca, e a gente conseguir manter esse diálogo. Eu acredito que tenha sido muito rico para todos que estão aqui, para mim, pelo menos, foi. Fico muito feliz de tê-los sempre conosco. E eu gostaria de chamar o Rodrigo, aqui da UFC, para encerrar conosco essa mesa e depois convidá-los a todos juntos, inclusive com o pessoal do Postdoc, que está lá no atendimento individual, para um coffee break no Salão Nobre.
Bom, pessoal, mais uma vez, só tenho a agradecer aqui, queria agradecer aos palestrantes pela presença e, mais uma vez, agradecer ao DAD, acho que eu falei isso pela 10ª vez, Catarina Fourrier, muito obrigado, como diretora do DAD no Brasil, muito obrigado por realizar esse evento na UFC. A UFC está sempre de portas abertas, então, agradecer toda a equipe, todas as instituições alemãs, né, que estão lá no Salão Nobre. A gente vai lá para o Coffee Break, acho que todos tiveram a oportunidade de vê-los ou, pelo menos, interagir de alguma forma. Agradecer muito, Reseda Strebe. Nós estamos planejando isso há muito tempo, né, Reseda? Então, eu tenho aprendido muito a disciplina alemã, então nós temos conversado semanalmente sobre esse evento, então eu fico muito feliz que hoje é às 16 horas, tudo sob controle, tudo bem, então é uma honra, que nós, mais uma vez, ressalto que é uma honra ter sediado aqui, acho que foram 3 eventos ao mesmo tempo, né, o Postdoc, o Study in Germany, o Alumni E ontem pela manhã nós tivemos a oportunidade excelente de apresentar o UFC para as instituições alemãs e para o DAAD. A princípio, esse evento não seria aqui na Reseda, seria em outro prédio, mas quando nós decidimos fazer aqui, nós achamos muito melhor, porque eu acho que esse é um prédio que encanta todo mundo, né? Nós temos muito orgulho, né? Eu acho que a gente pode dizer isso, não tem reitoria no Brasil mais bonita do que essa. Eu conheço a Federal do Pará, acho lindo, que é no meio do Rio, tá? Mas eu vou puxar a sardinha aqui para o nosso lado. Essa reitoria realmente é icônica, é um prédio icônico na UFC, na cidade de Fortaleza, dialoga muito com a sociedade, assim, as pessoas da cidade que passam aqui se emocionam quando vêm, né? A gente tem a importância da UFC para a cidade, para o Estado é muito grande, né? Todas as outras universidades que hoje existem aqui, elas são derivadas da Universidade Federal do Ceará, então nós temos muito orgulho da instituição e estamos sempre abertos a fazer eventos dessa forma, principalmente com a Alemanha, nós já mostramos que todas as nossas interações foram, ao longo dos anos, tiveram desfechos muito exitosos. Então, muito obrigado a todos. E como ressalta o convite feito, vamos lá para o Coffee Break no nosso Salão Nobre, né, que também é muito bonito, né? E só fazer quem quiser conhecer, tem uma escadaria, nós temos a galeria dos nossos reitores. Você pode chegar lá, tem os 2 pianos, né? Aí em cima tem uma foto-pintura de todos os nossos reitores. Então está lá a galeria de todos, e vocês vão ver o maior de todos, né? Que é o fundador da universidade, que dá nome ao auditório, né? Que é o professor Antônio Martins Filho. Tem uma estátua, a grandeza dele é tanto que é o nome do auditório, tem uma estátua dele ali em frente, o nome da concha acústica. Então, é a importância que a gente dá ao grande cearense visionário, que é o professor Antônio Martins Filho. Então, muito obrigado.
Mariana, eu queria só romper aqui, quebrar o protocolo, para os heróis da resistência ficar até o fim, fazer uma foto coletiva aqui. Os que tiveram aqui até o final.
E agradecer ao Renato, né? Renato, tudo bem? Tudo bem com você aí? Muito obrigado mais uma vez por todo o apoio.
A gente pode ficar aqui na frente, né? Aqui, né? Ah, tá. Vamos ficar aqui na frente, né?